Hey, what's going on, guys? Today I wanted to just do a live for Sassy Otto's auction because he has like a crazy amount of stuff up for sale right now. I thought it would be interesting to take a look at it together and give you guys my thoughts because I think that would be pretty badass. Um, okay, so ending soonest. All right, we have 50 seconds left. We missed a couple of them. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Is it live? Please don't. Let me just get the thing up real quick. Sweet, right there. Okay. So let's see what 10 seconds left. Is there a way to oh shit. Okay. How do you see it like ending live? That was my question. Let's see what this goes for. So this game, a bunch of them flood the market last year, like literally cases, almost like I think 200 copies. And they were going for around $30 a pop. And then slowly, as the people were buying them up, opening them up for grading, the price started going up to around like 80 bucks. This is graded gem mint, which is not very hard with WADA. So this is not like a difficult grade to acquire. It's not impossible. But it's fetching $300. So this is definitely a pretty solid return on like a $30 investment if you know what I'm talking about. These prices though are definitely a lot higher than what you would expect. So I'm gonna actually I don't know if you guys care about the Pokemon stuff, but let's go into the honest near mint to mint PSA 8 unlimited. $100. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy because I remember like I think it's like 2020 or 2021. I was able to buy the PSA 10 for $100. Okay, PSA 10 for $100 of this. Imagine that. And I passed. PSA 9 widespread ruins. Wow, this is OC as hell. That's very rare actually to find something this OC. 1 minute, $48. Kind of high in my opinion. But this is kind of what you have to expect, right? Because this Sassy is the biggest Yu-Gi-Oh seller on eBay, so eBay like really pumps him, which is good. I mean, I really like the guy. He's one of the most respected people in the hobby. PSA 9 TP1. So this is basically around the raw price. These go for around the $30 to $40 in near mint. So $42 for mint. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. 40 seconds left. So it's ended at 305. Again, like 100, what is that, 100%? 10 times your money back. PSA 9, PSA 9. $33. Again, you have to remember that the cost of grading is, less than is more than this almost, right? Like it's all with shipping and stuff, it's probably going to come out to more than $33. So the fact that you can get a mint card for this, I don't know. When are we going to see the inflection point? That's going to be the most interesting thing. This is interesting. Oh no, it's Korean. Who cares about that? French. No one cares about that. This is interesting. So $256 for this. This is not even the first printing of that. Wow. This is crazy high, man. This is crazy high. I think there's no way the raw copy of this goes for more than like $20. That's crazy. No chance I would ever pay that. This is not too bad though, because this is like a $60 card raw. So the fact that you can get a gem mint copy for 125, that's not too bad, right? Like you have to think average grading cost is this is like 3 times the price of the Dark Magician Girl, right, in raw form, and yet the gem mint copy is half of that. So that should tell you that there's something wrong. But we're gonna see like what these end at. So 130, that's actually really cheap, really cheap. 150, pretty good price right here. In my opinion, whoever got this got a pretty good deal. Empty boxes, lost arts. I think these in the future will have a premium at PSA 10 because these are very difficult to grade. You can even look at the pop report. Very hard to come by. Buster Blader YAP1 PSA 9. Again, this pack is like what, $500. Every card in there is there's 8 cards, I believe. So 500 divided by 8, that's what, like 45? No, 65, around $65, $70. The fact that you're getting a mint 9, and this is European stock, so all of these have very bad issues with the corners. You can see it right there. See that? That's like literally right out of the pack condition. So the fact that you can get, obviously this doesn't deserve a 9, but that's like literally right out of the pack, so you can't really expect too much more. PSA 8 Rope of Life, $30. Let's see, this is interesting. This one is a PSA 9 Harpies Feather Duster. $85. I think the raw copy goes for like $30. So you're getting a pretty good like feed. You're getting pretty good amount back because you have to think, right, like $85. You subtract $30 from that, so you have $55. So the card that you bought that is mint for $20 to $30, now you just made $20 on, which is on during this process, which is pretty good return when you think of it like that. Let's see what this stands for. 84. Some sealed stuff, Portuguese. This box is crazy expensive, but there's literally not a single good card in this. I don't understand why this is so expensive, man. But I'm telling you, man, sealed is king. Like, you will never go wrong buying sealed, especially if it has Yugi on the cover. Like, I mean, this is pretty badass artwork, so I understand that. But $300 for this is quite high. This is interesting. I want to see this one. 18 seconds. This is actually quite a rare box. $200 is about what it goes for. So like the guy's getting like exactly what it goes for. I actually have a video coming up on not this, but the era of which this box came out in, because this has a very unique case to it. PSA 9000 Dragon. This is interesting. And Gemini Elf. Oh, these are big ones right here. 36 pack box. First edition. PSA 8. Let's see real quick. I can't read what you guys are saying because I literally like, let me see. I'm going to try and see if you guys are not saying much right now. 1000 Dragon, PSA 9. Let's see. If this is like under 300, man, this is crazy. This was like $1,000 card. This is like 70% crash. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Wow. Let's see. $350 with taxes, $200, $300 for PSA 9. Wow. $400 for PSA 9. This is crazy cheap, man. Crazy cheap. Blue Eyes Toon is still holding strong. Beast Skull Dragon is still holding strong. So it seems like the anime cards are holding strong, right? Like Gemini Gemini Elf. I mean, Thousand Dragons should have done better, but I mean, Celtic Guardian should be as expensive as the Blue Eyes Toon, man. To be honest with you, in my opinion, I think it should be just as expensive. Blue Eyes Toon is like not that hard to get. I think the PSA 10 pop on this card is higher than the PSA 9 pop. Holdings fit. Jeez. Let's see this one. This is interesting. 36 pack first edition. What is this going for? This went for $16.50. Wow. So $50 a pack almost. Swords. 24 pack. If 24 pack beats 36, that makes no sense. No sense. Who cares? I mean, I guess it would make sense in the point where it's like you're kind of if you want to complete a set of booster boxes, you need the 24, you don't need the 36. I get that part, but no reason why Injection Fairy Lily should be cheaper than Yada, especially when you get like literally 50% more packs. Ancient Sanctuary is still holding strong at $1,000, and I think that this is a fair price for this. I think $1,200 is a fair price. Let's see what this sold for. But bro, like, why are you doing that? Show. Like with taxes, you're gonna pay around $1,200, so not too bad. I'm selling one for $1,200, so I think it's a fair price. This has not dropped yet. This was $1,500 to $2,000 for the longest time, and is still holding strong. This is a fan favorite card, and I think in PSA 10 it'll do well as well. Blue Eyes White Dragon. This is apparently OG print. PSA 9. This is higher than Thousand Dragon first edition. Unbelievable. In what world is that okay? The Limbs of Exodia are... What? $600 for PSA 8? Oh my goodness. $400? Somebody must have really wanted that. Horus, PSA 8. This is basically like you're buying the raw card, because this card is damn expensive. It's so hard to pull this shit, man. I'm telling you guys, people sleep on Soul the Duelist. They don't know how hard these cards are to pull. Like, no idea how hard it is to pull. I actually have a stack of this. Like, I'm gonna be sending in for grading. I have like maybe 100 copies of this that are like pack fresh mint. The guy opened like 100 blisters. So I'm gonna be sending them in whenever they drop the price a little bit. This one is relatively easier. This is actually easier to pull than the, what's it called? This one is. So like, believe it or not, because this one there's actually 12, I think 12 or 13 rare ultis, and then this one there's only 10, right? So pulling this is easier than the other one. This one is dirt cheap. This is an ultra ulti. This is very hard to pull, and it's going for like dirt cheap prices right now. So in my opinion, like if you're looking to complete binder sets that are in mint, this is a good crack candidate. Let's see what else. This is interesting. $200 for this PSA 9. This is not worth that in my opinion. This is overpriced. Raviel, PSA 8, $800. I think that's fair. I think that's what near mint goes for. So I think that's what PSA 8 should go for. This is a little bit high in my opinion. I think $1,200 should be what PSA 8 goes for, but I can see why. Again, it's a Sassy Otto auction, so it the reason I'm covering this one is just because there's so much stuff that we can go through. These are very hard cards to come by. But he said that this is MP. Again, this is the reason why these cards are so hard to grade. They always rip. Like, go look this up. Go look up EHC1. You're going to see a ton of them have rips on the back. It's crazy. Even though they're like basically mint. Like, you can see there's no whitening on this. It's because they freaking glued them to the packs. No idea why. It's still going for $26, which is crazy. $425. Oh my goodness. What? How is this 425? I just sold one of these for like 250. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Secret Rare, first edition Gemini Elf. 76 bucks. Bro, like somebody's paying $82 for the raw card, and then there's the near mint one going for 185. Like the mint PSA 9. Crazy. Slabs are getting really cheap in my opinion. Honestly, I think they're getting very cheap. Like look at this. This is ungraded. This went for more than what the graded one goes for. And this is what? PSA. Yeah, like this is PSA 8. You could have grabbed the PSA 8 for that. Look at this. Look at that. Polymerization 250. That's more than what the raw cards were going, what the PSA 9s were going for. I'm telling you guys, PSA 9 is getting really cheap. It's getting really cheap. These are still holding strong at 150 to 200. I think that these will be some of the more sought after cards. Like a lot of you guys that message me, hey, I have $1,000. What should I buy? If you can grab like, 7, 8 of these for $1,000, I think you'd be good. Like fill up one binder page and just sit on them for like 4 years. You're going to see at least 100% return, which is better than anything that what's it called? Which is anything better than anything that the S&P 500 can offer you. But it's going to take a little bit, right? You have to be patient. It's not like the S&P where you see the chart going right in front of you, right? That's why it deters a lot of people. Champion Pack 4 German uncut sheet. Yeah, no, it cares about German. Tactical Evolution, though. Let's see that one real quick. Oh, oops. I actually had this sheet and I sold it. Actually, there's a bunch of these. Sassy Otto's dad actually sold me this sheet and I sold it to Misprint Shark. But this was like a long time ago. I sold it to him for like, I think $1,000. And I basically made my money back and I was able to keep another sheet that I bought. Ultimate editions. I think the sealed copies will hold better value in the future for these. First edition or not. These in my opinion, like if you're trying to pick these up, these are first edition or bust. First edition or bust. Mark my words. Pro Dragon, this is let's see. Yeah, this is like MP in my opinion. MP LP. $27. Again, these will hold value in the long term. Cyber Dragon Ultimate Rare from the probably arguably one of the rarest sets in GX. TLM. PSA 10 goes for $2,000. So like, and this one's actually really nice. This can get 9 probably unless there's like some issues. Yeah, like this can get PSA 9. That's not a bad deal. Not a bad deal. I can see why it's going for so expensive. For so much. This is a hard card to get. These I'm interested in actually. First editions. But what's the condition? $43. Wow. That's kind of cheap. Oh wait, this has creases. That's why. That's why. Winged Karibo. Let's see what the sirens are going for. Winged Karibo 132. This is bent up. That's crazy. 132. Jeez. I think PSA 9 of this sold for like $500. Slabs are cheap. Slabs are cheap, especially compared to like raw copies at the moment. I'm telling you guys right now. Volcanic Doomfire. The PSA 10 of this goes for good money. $92. I think our mint 9, I think sold for like $400 or $500. We just pulled this on the channel. If you haven't checked out the video, definitely check it out. This is, I think, one of the most expensive secret rares in 5Ds. Metal figure 3. Sorry, I was just reading comments. Someone said 40 years is a long time. And that's what an investment is, bro. A flip is something that you sell quickly. An investment is something that you wait. Like the blue eyes that I have, I've had them for like what? Like these ones right here. I've had most of these cards for over 3 years now. And I bought them for like dirt cheap prices. Let's see. Harpy's Feather Duster. This is interesting. $900. This is still holding strong. And this would probably get like probably PSA 8 most likely. 8 or 9. PSA 8 or 9 probably. I think a 9 you can get for like $1,500 right now. Yada Garasu. This is interesting. What did this go for? $100. These are interesting. I want to see what the ghosts are going for. I think, in my opinion, like I'm telling you guys right now, these 5Ds ghosts, especially from the second era, like after Shining Darkness, so cheap. Like this one right here, especially Draco Knight Ikeste. Oh man, I might actually bid on this one. Yeah, I'll add another one. Why not? Fuck it. And wait, is this my personal or my company's account? Okay, it's my company. Okay. I don't mind buying this one actually. Rainbow Neos. Black Rose Dragon. Let me see this one. 1,500. Let's see the condition. So like it seems like one scratch this way. Not bad. Oh wait, there's a dent there. There's a dent there. Still, 1,500 is strong, man. That's a strong ass price. It's really good. I mean, again, this is the rarest ghost share. Like if you really think about it, out of all the ghost shares, this is the rarest one. If you haven't seen my video, check it out. I give you the stats to prove it. Shooting Star Dragon, Blackwing. Blackwing is still going up. It's still holding strong. These ghosts are holding strong, man, which is really nice to see. I think these have a good future ahead of them. These and alties from GX, because these, the ghosts and the alties from GX are freaking hard to pull. All right, we're just gonna wait this one out because I actually want to try and win this one. I don't mind adding another one to the collection. I think it would upgrade my... there's a bunch of scratches on there though. I don't want to pay more than $100 for this. Let's see. Again, these ones right here, also very cheap right now. Like I'm telling you guys, if you're trying to buy like the penny stocks, pick up these guys right here. Like the Zexal ghost shares, as well as the other one, the one that comes right after it. I don't remember what they are, but the Vrains or something like that, Arc 5, Arc V. Those are really good pickups. Stop buying modern crap. I'm so tired of people messaging me telling me, oh, I bought Rising Rampage. I bought freaking some random ass box from 2018. Those are not the ones to go for. If anything comes after 2011, you pass on it. Okay, that's literally the goal. That's unless it's a ghost rare. Anything past 2011, forget it. Stop buying ghosts from the past. Stop buying any of this stuff. If you're truly trying to invest, if you're trying to have fun, no problem. But don't buy this modern crap, because the modern crap is made so that you come back into the hobby. And that's cool. But you want to elevate yourself to a higher standard. And the way you do that is by going after higher standard cards, right? Who cares about Dark Magician Girl Ghost Rare if there's like if there's like 100 of them, right? Let's see. Again, look at these. These are all sub $100. Every single one of these ghost rares, okay, I promise you will be over $200 within the next 2 to 3 years, okay? All of them. This means 100% back on your money. S&P 500 gives you 5 to 7% every single year, okay? There's no other, like there's no stock that you can truly just put your money in and forget about it, okay, for 2 to 3 years. And that is like these ghost shares. Look at that, $90. Easily $150 card. Easily. And you can still find these in mint condition. Like even with scratches. Scratches is standard on this era. But like, I don't know, just my opinion. Very interested in these guys right here. $230. Let's see the condition on this. In 2019, okay, let me give you some stats. In 2019, I sold a pack fresh copy of this Unlimited Stardust Dragon. Pack fresh, like I pulled it out of the pack myself. It was way OC, so it wouldn't grade. That's why I ended up selling it. I sold it for $75, okay? Look at the price right now, okay? This is after, 50 to 60% crash that happened over the past 2 years. This is still 3 times more expensive. Okay, no other stock can give you that. Well, stocks will give you liquidity. Okay, if you want liquidity, go stock market. But if you want true investment that is like collectible, that has something inherent, like some inherent value to it, which is people love these cards. People are collectors at heart, right? Like people were collecting seashells from the 1500. Even back then, they were collecting seashells. I'm making a video on this one right now, the marshmallow misprint. But people were collecting anything they could, like bottle caps, freaking stamps, right? So people have an inherent nature to collect things, right? And people love collecting Yu-Gi-Oh cards, especially Yu-Gi-Oh players, people who grew up with the show. That's what you're investing in. And in my opinion, I think you can't go wrong with ghost rares, old school ultimate rares. Can't go wrong with them, man. I'm telling you. BPT reverse. Let's see a condition. But you have to be able to hold. You can't buy the thing and then try to sell it 2 to 3 months later. You're going to lose money. Okay? You're going to lose it. Okay? I sold Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight for $350, okay, in 2019. Every single one of those cards, like in PSA 10, every single one that I sold has literally, I know the buyer who bought them from me, he held them for 3 years. He literally just sold every single one of them for $1,000. Tell me what stock market can offer you that? Nothing. There's no stock market that can ever offer you that in 3 years. And that's after they crashed from $2,000. Like he could have sold at $2,000. And he didn't. I feel like you can do well modern if you are able to buy mint modern ghosts at near mint prices. Seems like printing quality much worse now than it is before. You will not do well with modern, I promise you. The only thing that you can do well in is things like PSA 10 Starlight Rares, if you are able to grade them yourself and you are able to consistently grade 10s. If you're not, you're going to have a hard time. I promise you that. But hey, you can have your opinion. I can have mine. $42, $4.25. These are all dented though. I don't know why he's saying they're near mint. Even the Altis from 5Ds are great prices. Oh, the Gilgard. Like, I'm making a video on literally this card right now. This one was a little too beat up for my liking. Like, I would much rather have like a near mint to mint copy, but still, $305, not too bad. Not too bad. Some Pokemon stuff. Let's go to the next page. PSA 9 Cyber Twin Dragon. This is Euro, I think. I'm pretty sure this is Euro. $316. This is not bad. Yeah, this is European. You can tell by the corners. They're messed up. Near mint to mint. E-Hero Collection. These cards, in my opinion, these are really good cards to grab and hold. If you can find near mints of these, buy and sit on them. Get play sets. These are great holds for the long term. Max rarity, what's it called? Elemental Heroes. Really, really good pickups. Even this one, if you can get this for under $200 right now, I have a PSA 10 of this, but if you can get this for like $200, definitely grab it. I think it's not a bad deal at all. The rock card is freaking like $125, $150. Right? Like, whoa. Let's see what this one goes for. So I sold this in 2019 for, like I said, $350. I net around $300. So I actually am interested to see if this goes for under $700, which is pretty much 100% in 3 years. King's Knight. These are great altis to hold long term. First edition only though. You must buy only first edition for GX. The reason I say first edition for GX is because a lot of the cards in the GX era don't have unlimited form. A lot of people are going to be completing sets in the future, right? So because of that, you're going to be you're going to be wanting to buy stuff that has complete sets, right? And because of that, I'd say stick to first edition for GX. The only stuff that you can go for unlimited, in my opinion, is like cover cards or really iconic stuff. This one is like Pop 100. I don't really recommend these for people. I remember one of these shooting up to like $700, which is ridiculous. I have like actually 2 sealed boxes of this in like the North American version. And by the way, for Lost Arts, you want to stick to North American only. You don't want to buy the European stuff. These are interesting. This has 2 ancient first edition prophecy packs. I'm selling the packs for $50 a pop, okay? Somebody's paying $168 for these tins, okay? For basically a promo, and 2 extra packs are worth around $15 a pop. So let's just say that, oh, actually no, 3 packs. So 15 times 3, $45. And I'm selling those packs for $50 each. So $145 plus promo, let's just say $10 since it's packed fresh, $155. Somebody's paying more for the, in my opinion, like if you have $160, buy packs. Buy the first edition packs. Like, I don't understand these right here. Again, the packs are $150, $200. These tins are interesting as well. So that one's sold. 121. See, like, look at that. You got a PSA 9 for the same price that the PSA 8 sold for. Crazy cheap. $600. Let's see this one. If you guys have watched my video, can you guys tell what this is? We talked about it on Patreon. This is a reverse foil tin right here. So if you buy this one and decide to open it, you will get a reverse foil Dark Magician. This one right here, you can see it's glossy, right? You can tell by the wrapper right here, comparing it to the Dark Magician. This one right here, also glossy. So the red eyes and the blue eyes are regular foil, while the Dark Magician, like compare this, look at that. You see that matte on the wrapper right here? Oh shit, I just saw it. I think it sold for like 800 bucks. 850. See that? Like I knew this is a strong card. This is one of the best cards that you can purchase in the modern era. Modern, I mean past 2012. Duelist Pack Kaiba, 2100. 4800. I think somebody's shilling this one. I knew it, yeah. I knew that somebody was shilling it. I knew that somebody was shilling it. Because one of these sold for 4,000. In my opinion, I think that this is like a $3,000 box. A solid $3,000. In my opinion. And that's, I think, the final product of the night. What do you guys think this one will finish at? I think this, in my opinion, is a $2,500 box. If you can get this for $2,500, I think you're doing fine. $100 a pack, 5 super iconic cards, right? Like Queen Karibo, $300. Gear Golem, we just saw 500 bucks. Flame Wingman, probably 600 bucks. Thunder Giant, 300 bucks. Brain Control, $200. Like this is one of the best sets in GX, and this is a hobby box, so you'll do very well holding this long term. I definitely can see this being like I mean, this hit $4,500 at one point. I sold one of these for $4,500. So it's not like it's kind of insane to consider that this box might hit that price in the future. Let's see what you guys are saying. Even if we go into recession, like I said, long-term holds. Recessions don't last more than like 2-3 years. You know what I mean? Even this one, which in my opinion will be cataclysmic, is still like maximum 4 years. Your Ancient Prophecy or Euro 2. Correct, yes. Which means it's better pull rates. There's no short printing in Euro. Like it doesn't exist. Short printing doesn't exist in Euro because it's a completely different factory. Hey, Charlie, my man. You have the glory of the king's hand. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being a member. It really means a lot, honestly. Like, it's truly, really amazing to have your support, man. Thank you so much. Oh, oops. Wow, we have 82 people on. What's good, Omar? Hey, how's it going, Crispy? PSA 10 First Admiral Force for 1K. Good or bad? I think it's fair. I think MRD cards, PSA 10, at fair value is around $800 to $1,000. The reason is because the reason I say this is because look, I look at what the prices were in 2019. I was there when the prices were 2018. Like if you see here, I have a time wizard. I picked up my time wizard for $125, PSA 10 first edition, okay? And to me, they printed like 90% of the money that we have in existence in the past 3 years. So the price, in my opinion, should be at least 90% higher, like 100 times more, okay? In my opinion, when you divide $100 divided by 90, you're gonna get around the $800 to $1,000. So that's where I get my pricing from, at least, okay? Now, if you don't have the history, I think, you know, $800 to $1,000, I think is fair. I think that is what you should aim for. MRD is massively printed as well. 100 plus pops, complete scam. That's not the point. Alvo. You guys alone can't keep the market inflated. If regular people sell, it's over. The point is you can't trade between each other forever without new money. You need more people involved. Exactly. Yeah, of course you do. In order to keep the market afloat. No, I'm not gonna ban you. Like I'm actually interested in your thoughts. Like, do you think I'm trying to keep the market afloat? Is that what you think I'm trying to do? Emmanuel, I'm actually wondering, like, do you think I'm actually trying to do that? Do you think I'm trying to keep the market afloat? I bought my time wizard for 125 US dollars, bro. I'm declaring that right now. Like I'm telling people right now, that's why I paid for it. Right? So what I'm saying by that is, like I have nothing to lose. What am I gonna lose? 125 bucks? Okay, what? MRD is not a set worth investing in. I disagree with you, man. There's something I have to tell you guys. Okay, people love talking about you know, buying rare things. Okay, at the end of the day, if nobody gives a damn about that rare thing, it's still gonna be it's gonna be a crap, right? So what I mean by that is people have to have love for the thing that they're buying, okay? And there is no set that is more loved than Metal Raiders. Number one, it has one of the most badass set names, okay? Metal Raiders. Like, that is like, it's one of the coolest names I've ever heard of, all right? That's number one. Number two, okay? It has some of the most iconic anime monsters. Like, other than Labyrinth of Nightmare, I really can't think of another set that has more anime cards than Metal Raiders. So, although it's very, very, although it is very populated, okay, and it's the best printing quality, I still think that there's going to be enough love for that set to hold it together. If somebody's paying $2,500 for Breaker the Magical Warrior, okay, think about it like this. Somebody's paying $2,500 for Breaker the Magical Warrior, okay? All right, so do you think nobody will pay, you know, $800, $1,000 for Summon Skull? Like, Summon Skull, bro, like that is literally Summon Skull. I don't know. To me, I think that it's very unlikely to say it. I don't know. I think you're being unfair to Metal Raiders, man. What would happen to the price? So watch one day someone drop 10 Summon Skulls in one day. Okay, even if that happens, all right. It drops to what? $500? How low do you think it can go? Okay, how low do you think it can go? How low do you think moderators can go? Nostalgia is a stronger force than rarity, believe it or not, okay? Rarity is very important, all right? It's very, very important. That's why I don't buy nines, all right? But nostalgia is very necessary. It's why, I'll tell you something, it's why iconic Yu-Gi-Oh cards, things like the Dark Magician Girl G3, things like the Festa Blue Eyes, fetch $100,000, while World Championship cards, which are pop 6, okay, are fetching way less than that. They're fetching 40, 30K, okay? So what I'm saying is nostalgia is very important. And in my opinion, that is what drives moderators. I love my Summon Skull. I love my Time Wizard. I don't think, like, I bought them very cheap, right? So again, I'm a long-term holder. I've been holding these things for a very, very long time. So I'm not worried, if that makes sense. Like I said, Time Wizard 125. I'm pretty sure I paid like $200 for my Summon Skull. Even if it goes to $100, okay, who cares? I don't care if I lost $100. Like I don't care. So I'm just saying, like, there's no reason for me to actually inflate the market, because I don't have, like, I have a very large net worth in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I'm not going to deny that. But at the same time, I think that the reason I have that is because I like it. I like it. I believe in it. I really believe in it. Cards people claim as rare are not as rare as they claim. People have stacks. Stop trying to be Mike Burry. I don't know what that means. Cards and crypto are here to stay. Yeah, I've been invested in crypto since 2016. 2016. You think I didn't see when it shot up from $2,000 to $21,000 and it crashed all the way back down to $3,000? You think I didn't see that? Do you think I didn't see when it shot up to? I've seen it. Like, trust me, I've seen huge bull runs. I've seen huge crashes. But for me, I work off of fundamentals. Do I like the thing? Does it have strong, is it rare? Is it, mint? Is it nostalgic? And is it you like, for in the case of crypto, is there utility to it? And in my opinion, I think that crypto checks it off. And that's why I've been invested in BTC since 2016. I have not sold a single coin, okay, that I have. Not one. I have a bunch. I have not sold a single one. I think the market is just not strong ATM. Like, the fact that DDS is always hitting PWCC means the market still hasn't matured enough yet. And calling people poor for not buying 1K plus cards, that's a pretty nasty community you have here. Bro, I don't care. I don't represent my community. My community doesn't represent me, okay? I don't give a shit about your opinion of what my community is. They can say whatever they want, just like how you said what you want, right? I allowed you to say what you want, and I allow them to say what they want. You can let it hurt your feelings. That's your problem. But at the end of the day, I allowed you to speak, right? If they can't afford a 1K card and I should leave, no, I never said you should leave, bro. You're the one who's saying that yourself. Right? Like, you're able to stay. I never once talked about money at all about this. I talked about the idea of buying Yu-Gi-Oh cards. For me, I love the game. So yeah. What's VV Whale? Who the hell is V? Oh, Vintage Values Experience. Since cards and crypto can only go up long term, the regular people will be fine. Well, it's not, they can, in the long term, it's because they have value, right? Not every crypto is going to go up. Not every Yu-Gi-Oh card is going to go up, right? You have to look at which ones are important, which ones are valuable, right? Who? All right, let's hear some more controversial opinions, chat. Yo, I'm gonna start saying chat like all my League of Legends streamers. Hey, what's going on, chat? Yo, every League of Legends streamer that I watch, they're like, hey, chill out, chat. I'm gonna call you guys chat. So you had Bitcoin in 2016 and didn't sell when it was at 60K? No, I did not. No, I never sold. I'm telling you, I'm holding quite a big position in Bitcoin. I have not sold a single one. I have not even paid with one. Like I paid with one, but I got the BTC back right away. But it's because like I wanted to buy a watch, and the guy was only willing to accept BTC. So so I had to pay with BTC, but I got it back right away. I think some people get defensive about hearing that collectibles might be at their peak now because they themselves are overinvested. They are at their peak. I think they peaked in 2011 in the short term. I think in 5 years, no, they did not peak. 10 years, no, they did not peak. They did not peak. I think if freaking Alpha Lotus, okay, if Alpha Lotus can fetch like $500,000, DDS can get $10,000. DDS can, like, bro, spare me DDS getting $20,000 if freaking Alpha Lotus gets 500,000. You know what I mean? Like, you'll notice at DDS PSA 10, it was listed twice. Yeah. I think right now we have a lot of tribulation. Like there's no denying that. I think I bought a few bad modern products. Should I take a loss and put towards other cards? Want to stay in Yu-Gi-Oh for your information. I don't take losses. For me, I just toss it in the closet and forget it. That's my opinion. Like I I had some stuff that I overpaid on. Like for example, the DDS games that I bought, I paid 10 grand on each of them. Okay, I'm not selling these for no freaking $7,000, $8,000. Forget it. I just toss them in the closet and forget it. By the way, not saying that they have peaked, but there is a chance that they have. There is no guarantee that Yu-Gi-Oh cards will go up in value long term accounting for inflation. Even if they hold for inflation, I think that's fine. I think that, like for me, when I look at investments, I'm not trying to make like huge amount of money. All I'm trying to do is just keep up with inflation. You know what I mean? Because for me, I'm not trying to get rich off of my investments. I'm trying to get rich off of my productivity. My productivity is preserved via investments. This is very key, guys. Like if you go to sleep and if you live and die by the price of Bitcoin, that's a you problem. That's not a Bitcoin problem. If you live and die by the Yu-Gi-Oh prices, that's a you problem, not a Yu-Gi-Oh problem. Okay? It's because you are investing all of your time into seeing which shit goes up, which stuff goes down. Okay? That is a you problem. That's because you are not a productive individual and you're trying to get you're trying to get rich easily. That's not how it happens. You need to be a productive individual and then store your productivity and your time in these assets because the government is bending you over by printing money. You understand? That's the whole idea of gold and crypto. The reason is because we want to have something that we can put our money in that can at least fight off inflation. You understand? That's the whole idea behind Bitcoin, that's the whole idea behind gold, is that nobody can manipulate it. Okay? So you need to understand that you need to keep your productivity number one, because that's the most important thing. Okay? You don't want to live and die by what number is on the screen. You want to live and die by your productivity, if you're productive or not. See, I put out content. I put out, I wheel and deal all the time. I have other endeavors that I work on. You know what I mean? I'm not just living and dying by what DDS goes for. Okay? As long as it fights inflation, that's all I care about. You know what I mean? Because again, I just don't want the government fucking me. That's the only thing. And that's what they're doing. You know what I mean? So again, gold, the whole idea of gold, the reason that we strive for gold is because gold has been gold is something that will that you can count on. Nobody else can print it into the ground, right? Because it actually takes work to do. You understand? So that is very important, guys. Don't put your value in what the hell you're investing in. Your investment should only be to protect you from inflation. Okay? Your real investment should be your productivity, how much you're able to produce, right? Whether it's content, freaking rice, whatever it is that you do, like programs, anything, whatever your skill set is, that should be your main priority. Yeah, that's a good investment. Gold, good job, Strictly. Okay, I could tell that you're one of those boomer types that is like I wouldn't be in crypto right now. Bitcoin could go back to 3K. Who's gonna stop it? Us. Bro, it means that you don't understand, okay? It means you're lacking knowledge. The same thing that's holding gold up is the same thing that's holding Bitcoin up. You understand? It's perceived value. Gold doesn't have any value. It doesn't have any value. Okay? Gold doesn't have value. You need to understand that. Gold is perceived. It's fiat, just like regular dollars. Okay? It's perceived value. I don't know who Mike Burry is, to be honest with you. So I Emmanuel. Okay, look, you need to understand something. I'm gonna actually show you right now. Why not just show you guys right now? Gold has no utility, so the value is perceived. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah, like you can't use gold for anything, okay? The reason people use it to store value is because it's indestructible. You can't really get rid of it. You can it's alchemically stable. It's a noble metal, but that's what it's called. So that's the reason people use it. But at the end of the day, it's just a rock, right? It's just a rock. If we're really being honest with ourselves. So again, it's the same thing with Bitcoin. Gold is used in semiconductors. What you mean? It's barely used in semiconductors, bro. Like it's almost the same conductivity as silver. There's no difference. It's not. He's the crazy guy who's been on Twitter posting as a biblical prophet and constantly calling Tesla and BTC the biggest scams in history. Well, I think Tesla's a scam. Me personally, I think Tesla's a scam. I don't have a cent in Tesla. But BTC, in my opinion, I just think that it has the potential. Okay, I'm investing in the potential. That's what I'm investing in. Okay. Does that mean that it can go off? It might not. Even if it crashes to zero, again, I don't live and die by the number on the screen. Okay? I don't live and die by that. He called the 2008 housing market crash. The Big Short movie is afterburn. Oh, that guy. I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. I think Tesla is a scam. I definitely think Tesla is a scam. I think BTC is good for the long term. I just, like, bro, what are you gonna do? Keep your money in dollars? The government is literally bending you over as you speak. Literally, as we're talking right now, okay? The government just devalued your money by 0.1%, okay? Literally, as we're in this live right now, as this Lost Millennium box just sold for $2,225, that $2,225 became $2,220 in purchasing power. What are you gonna do? You gotta put your money somewhere, okay? You gotta put your money in somewhere. And like, bro, I look at freaking gas prices, they went up 100%. So I need something that goes up 100%. And the general public, yeah, the fact that Elon Musk can influence your decision on what you should buy means you're a clown, okay? It means that Elon Musk is clowning your ass. I don't give a damn what Elon Musk says. I don't follow him on anything. I'm not interested in what the hell he has to say. I don't care what Michael Burry has to say either. Tesla is definitely inflated right now, but long term might be decent. Not by their sheets. Like if you look at their stock data, they don't make money, man. They don't make money. They don't make money to make up for what's it called, like what their evaluation is worth. And also, they're backed by the government. Anything backed by the government is 100% inefficient. Okay, inefficient. This means that they are not worth what they are worth. Once you are backed by the government, it means that you are. Let me tell you. I can't tell you why you're inefficient. I can tell you, if you were truly efficient, you wouldn't need the government to back you. That's what I'll say about that. Okay. GME doesn't make money either. It was the best performing stock of 2021. That's cool, but that's not what. That's just a pump and dump. That's just a pump and dump. GME is not a good stock. Okay, it doesn't have fundamentals. All you're doing is just buying hype. That's it is. It's just hype. It's just hype. And I don't buy hype. I don't buy hype into Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't buy hype into Pokemon. I don't buy hype into GameStop. It can perform as good as it wants. I don't care. It does not have fundamentals. It doesn't have fundamentals. It's all about the fundamentals. It has to have productivity behind it, bro. That's what it has to have. Isn't crypto mainly hype? Most crypto is mainly hype. The reason I believe in Bitcoin is because I think that we need a decentralized currency, okay? When people say, oh, I'm waiting for the government to approve of Bitcoin, like all I do is just insert the meme. You know the meme that is like that is like with Morpheus, where it's like, what if I told you? That's just the whole point. The whole point is that the government doesn't approve of it because fuck the government. You understand? That's the whole point of crypto. That's why most crypto enthusiasts are libertarians or anarchists. You understand? That's the whole reason that it's like that. Because they're trying to get away with a government-controlled currency. Have you ever considered alternate investments like REIT or PE? I don't know what PE is. Is REIT real estate? I don't know what those abbreviations are. A lot of portfolios at work are tied up with them to hedge inflation, generate good yields. Only problem is money locked up. Like surely the crypto market cap does not equal the value it produces. Okay, well, let me tell you something, okay? What is the market cap for the US dollar? Probably in the trillions, okay? Bitcoin is more efficient than the US dollar. Think about how much money goes wasted into military and all this other trash that the US government wasted on, okay? Think about how much they are able to devalue your money by you holding US dollars. Think about all the wars that they have started using the US dollar. Think about all of the depravity that they have funded via using the US dollar. Just these alone, okay, is more efficient than crypto. Okay, just adding this like obscure stuff is less efficient than crypto. Yeah, real estate. I figured real estate. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I would love to be invested in real estate. I just don't. Invest. I don't want. I've sworn off personally with dealing with the banks. It's just a moral thing for me, right? So for me, like I said, like I can't take a mortgage. That's why I haven't purchased a home. I don't take a mortgage from any bank because I don't want their money. Like in my opinion, the money that they lend you is blood money. You understand? It's the blood of the next generation. So for me, I don't deal with them. And because of that, I haven't been able to purchase a home, and I can't deal in real estate. I'm priced out. Even if I was to buy like a 400K home, like that would be basically all my money locked up into one asset. And I can't do that. So for me, I'm kind of stuck renting for the rest of my life. But it's just something that I have to live with. I feel like you'd love One Piece. I do love One Piece. One Piece has resonates with me quite a bit because fuck the world government. That's what REIT is, but it is basically stock for real estate. I think real estate is kind of overvalued right now at the moment too, though. That's the problem. If I have a bunch of US dollars, at least I know everyone will accept it for a very long time to come. Bitcoin, not everyone accepts it. And there are currently large transaction fees. You're really renting? You're really renting. Yeah, I am renting. Yeah, I'm most likely going to be renting for the rest of my life. I live in like a 2-bedroom apartment, bro. I'm not able to purchase a home, unfortunately.
Can I just grab the line?
No, it looks here. Oh, wait. Yeah, I guess fine. Hold on. I'll give it to you.
Sorry.
No. Thank you. I appreciate it. Love you. Good night. Wait, Kels, could you just give me a bottle of water? I'm so thirsty. Okay, so I just want to tackle Cameron's point. Sure, but why is it that you trust that a bunch of people will accept it right now? It's because they've accepted it in the past. What you have is something called recency bias. If you go talk to the Iranians or if you talk to the Venezuelans, okay, the day before their government hyperinflated their money, what did they say? They said people will accept Venezuelan dollars, but they're not going to accept crypto. Now they're stuck using crypto. Now they're stuck using precious metals, okay? That's because you trust your government. That's fine. That's your decision. And it's only up to the government to let you down. But for me, I don't trust them. So because of this, I have to find other ways to store my money, right? So again, you can trust whoever you want. I don't tell people who to trust, but for me personally, the reason I don't is because I don't trust the government, right? They have let people down in the past through the past 1,000 years, and they're gonna keep letting them down. No government ever changes. Even if you own a home, it's paid off, you never really own it, you still have to pay property tax for the rest of your life. Yeah, I know, it's because you're renting it from the government. That's why. I'm telling you, the government owns your fucking ass. But the Venezuelans accept USD. I think if the US dollar gets screwed, the whole market crashes hard. Yes, that's why I told you. If the market hyperinflates, we are going to be scrambling. You understand? It's going to be like literally World War III. And that's why the United States starts war with anybody who wants to use or sell sell oil without the US dollar. You understand? When Afghanistan decided that they want to sell US dollars sell oil without US dollars, they started a war with them. Iraq, same thing. Syria, same thing. I don't need it. I don't need it. Oh, okay, fair enough. Right, that's why they have to start wars in order to keep the dollar alive. But let me tell you something. If you look at the British pound, that pound has lost 99.9% of its value. I don't need it. Like, it's actually kind of too bright. But you think the percentage chance of this outcome happening is worth investing so much in these fringe assets? It's not more of a probability percentage, it's more of a moral issue. If I use the currency that these scumbags use, I am basically playing into the system, and I just refuse to do that. I try my best to get out of it as much as possible. I try to get off the grid. What's it called? I try to get off the grid as much as possible. How is it possible to use this asset? If I'm paying 100%, hundreds of dollars to use it, to transact with it, unless you're rich, you won't last long. What do you mean? Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, Emmanuel. I once paid $200 for Ethereum fee. Let me tell you something. You know, in the beginning when Visa was first founded, Visa and MasterCard, when they were first founded, they used to charge like a crazy amount of fee whenever you transact. When you transact right now, you know that Visa only spots you the money, right? So what happens is when you go tap your card at a retailer, right? Visa spots you the money and then they take it out of your account. It's not actually transferring right into their account. The reason that fees are so high for Ethereum and crypto right now is because there is no system right now spotting the buyer. So what's happening is the money itself is being transferred, and that's why it takes so long, right? What you're going to see in the future as technology keeps developing, as more people are invested into this idea itself, what you're going to see is you're going to see other companies that come through and they're going to be like, hey, you know, we'll pay on your behalf, and then you can pay us after, which is exactly what Visa does right now, right? Imagine that. Like, you can get rid of the whole bank. Like, the power of crypto is the idea of decentralizing money. What does that mean? That means that nobody can tell you what you should and can't send, okay? Right now, I can't send money to Russia. With crypto, fuck them. I can send money to Russia. Nobody's going to tell me I can't send money to Russia. And that's the whole power behind it. Nobody can tell you no, okay? You tell them no. And that's that power. That's what I want, okay? I want the power to tell anybody who tells me no, fuck you. I'm going to do it, okay? Right now, if I send money to somebody, okay, if I send crypto to somebody, even if the whole world denies me, I can literally log into a computer and approve the transaction, okay? So I can approve my own shit. I don't need anybody else to do it. You understand? That's the whole world. That's the whole idea behind it. And it is for the future. I didn't say it's right now. And that's why I didn't sell right now, because I think it's for the future. I think it's a future idea. It's ahead of its time. It's not for the people of today. It's for my son, maybe my future grandson. I don't know. Most likely my son, maybe even the end of my lifetime. But the idea behind it is what I actually enjoy. I don't care if the value goes up or down. What if regulations hit Bitcoin? Even if you regulate it, China's been trying to regulate it. You understand? At the end of the day, like, let me tell you something though. At the end of the day, the only thing that will stop regulation is morality, right? That people eventually have to say no to the government. You can't just say crypto is not going to save us from the government. Gold is not going to save us from the government. The only thing that will save us is us saying no. But crypto is a way for us to say no, a very small way. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh man, you guys saying a bunch of stuff. Strictly, I got the PSA 10 for 121. Thoughts, please. It depends. When you get it in hand, if it's a really clean copy, congratulations. That's a great pickup. I think that's a great long-term hold. Those cards are amazing, especially if it's clean. Some people have homestead exemptions and don't have to pay. How awesome would that be? Yeah, that's exactly what like I try to go for, but unfortunately I don't have the money. I don't have the money to be able to. I will eventually buy something off site and try to live there, but yeah. That's fair enough. If you like crypto because it's a moral choice, I personally think the big players, companies slash families slash people worth billions would never let the USD fall. Yeah, because they need it. They need it. That's how they enslave the person. That's how they enslave the people. Let me explain a concept to you guys. I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but there's a concept called time preference. All right, time preference is very important. It's discussed in multiple. Anyway, I don't want to get into that. Time preference is what? It's the idea that we are able to hold out for something right now. Hold out like on getting something right now for future. Okay, that's what separates us from animals. For example, like a lion is gonna try and kill the deer regardless of if there's somebody that's gonna gun him down or whatever, because he doesn't care. All he sees is right now. Okay, that's the difference between a human being and an animal, is how much time preference you have. The moral issue with holding somebody like government-backed currency is the idea of lowering the time preference of a human being and turning him into an animal. And this is very philosophical in a way. Like if you want to think of it, for example, what happens is when you print money constantly, the people become accustomed to getting the money and spending it right away. Their time preference as time goes on becomes lower and lower. That's why you see so if you look at, for example, the Socialist or Communist Manifesto, what is the one thing that they try to control? Other than medicine, education, and the army? The money. Because when you hold the money supply and you convince the people start spending the money as soon as they get it, you get a lot of these issues with time preference. What do I mean by that? You get a lot of theft, you get a lot of murder, you get a lot of these things because the people start ignoring the time preference consequences, the stuff that is going to come in the future. They're not interested in the future, they're interested in the now. All right? When you have a stable currency, okay, when you have a stable currency that is backed by either gold, crypto, whatever it is, okay, sometimes people use seashells, people use like certain type of limestone, whatever it is. When people use this like currency that they know is not going to go down in value, they're more incentivized to save. And that's when you start seeing less consumers, you start seeing more producers, because now if I work, I'm able to keep my money and become rich. The reason people can't become rich now is because it doesn't matter how the average person is producing. The government is printing it in the back, and his production is getting devalued. So it's incentivizing him to send out the money as soon as he gets it in. Okay, and that is the biggest problem with government-controlled currency, right? Because the government is always incentivized to print, right? Because that's how they get your votes, right? Like if you look at, for example, the left, what do? They tell you, if you vote us in, we're going to give you these free paychecks, whatever. Go look at the NDP. I think he's saying like, we want to send out $1,000 checks to, what's it called? Save the, for inflation, to stave off inflation. So what you're doing is, when you control the money supply and you print it, you're lowering the time preference of these people that are using the currency. And that's how you get this degenerate behavior coming out of all of these like out of these like socialist money supply. Like, I mean, today we live in a socialist society, whether you believe it or not. I know people think that's capitalist, but it's not. We live in a socialist society, Okay, go look at the Communist Manifesto. The government controls the education, the medicine, and the army. Okay, and then they control the money supply. In Canada, the government controls all of these 4 things. All right. In the US, it controls 3 of the 4 things, and it pretty much controls the medical industry via insurance. Okay? So the whole time preference thing, to me, is why I morally back anything that is other than the US dollar. Like, bro, if they bring me seashells as a type of currency idea, if it works, I don't mind backing it. I'll do anything to get out of this system that is corrupt from the get-go, from its inception. I think this issue is more inherent issue with the capitalistic system rather than government spending. Isn't the whole capitalist system based on constant consumerism? Absolutely not. Look at Japan, who save a majority of their money, their productivity. Japan is literally going through stagflation. You understand that, right? It's literally what we are going to head towards as the United States keeps printing. The Japanese yen, the reason is they're suffering so much is because the Japanese yen has been devalued so much. No, it's not. Capitalism means there is no government control. That's what capitalism means. You have to understand that, okay? So how could government exist and capitalism exist? It doesn't make sense. Do you think Yu-Gi-Oh will ever go back to the all-time high it had a year and a half ago? It will go there like maybe 5 years, around 5 years in my opinion. Inflation is a tax on anybody who tries to save their money. That's actually where it comes from, if you don't know, eh? Like during the Roman time, what they did was they raised taxes so much that they couldn't tax the people anymore. So they wanted to find a way to, because the Romans are the first ones where it was like a huge dynasty that basically got destroyed via inflation. What's it called? So the government during the Roman time, they taxed the people so much that they were willing, if they were scared that if they raise it again, people are going to start rebellions. They were already like rebellions in the street. They didn't want to go against the government. So what they did was in order to pay off their debts, they did something called coin clipping. Go look it up. It's where they basically grabbed all the gold coins. They literally mixed them with copper and other like zinc and all these other lower value materials, where they would make it, for example, 60% gold, 40% zinc, and they would release it into the market as a full stack of gold. And that's how the Roman Empire fell. If you actually look it up, like it's called coin clipping, if you want to look it up yourself. So what's it called? That's how the Roman the Roman Empire like got crashed or crashed. They cut the coins. Babylon. I'm not sure about Babylon, but I read about the Roman Empire. I'm sure Babylon felt the same way. Pretty much every dynasty starts with free market capitalism. It starts with complete lack of government, and then or maybe very, very, very small government, and then all of a sudden what's it called? They grab more and more consumeristic lifestyle, because you know why? The reason they do this, in my opinion at least, is because people have a desire for power. Okay, they inherently have a deep desire for power, and they use and when you go into a position of power, the only thing you want is more power. Okay, and that's why, in my opinion, there should be no position of power. If you get rid of that position of power, all of a sudden, there's no, like, even if you put me on that position of power, I'm pretty sure I would succumb to it, right? Because it's a very, very sinister poison that exists in mankind. And that's why I think we should get rid of it completely. Let's see what you're saying. Sorry, I should be more specific. When I say capitalism, I mean a more capitalistic oriented society. I would think pure capitalism would obviously be terrible. A society having no government would likely be awful. Absolutely not, man. Having no government would literally be all of your problems are solved, because pretty much if you name any problem right now, I can show you how it ties back to government. Any problem in the world today that we have today, okay? I can show you how it ties back to government. You should move to California. Fuck that. Panic events are only possible when people don't believe in the asset. As Warren Buffett said, be greedy when others are fearful. I mean, I guess. 30 trillion in debt is government. And people don't even know what that means. Like, they don't understand how, they can't fathom how it would work. So someone said, how would things be run if there was no government? So number one, what do you mean things? Like what? Because right now, this whole live, okay, this has no government in it, right? Like this whole live right now, nobody is forcing you to do it. There's no law that's telling you should watch me, and there's no law that's telling me to tell you, right? We are voluntarily sitting here exchanging ideas back and forth. Pretty much every transaction in your life happens without government. Every transaction, like pretty much every single one, other than the one that government gets into, basically slows it down, makes it inefficient, okay? Pretty much every single one of them is there's no government in it. So it would run exactly how that would run. Who would pass laws? Well, there is no laws. What is laws? Like, laws are literally things written down on pieces of paper. Most laws are literally laws only for the poor, if you really think about it. Like, truly think about it. Parking tickets, parking laws are all pretty much trash, okay? Like, a rich person can park wherever the hell he wants. He doesn't give a damn. You fine him $60. He doesn't give a shit. You know who cares? The poor person can. You understand? The poor person can't pay the parking ticket. So most laws, okay, most laws are laws for the poor. They are not laws for the rich, okay? Now, there's certain laws that even the rich can't escape. Things like murder, right? Theft, rape. These things, nobody can get rid of those, okay? But those are enforced by regular people today. You know what I mean? You don't need a government system to enforce these laws, because these laws today can run. Slavery laws. Right now we're enslaved. Right now, okay, I'll tell you something, okay? I need you to truly picture this and don't be closed-minded, okay? Truly, like, just think about it, all right? Imagine the United States is one big farm, okay? One big farm. Every single citizen, so-called citizen, would be, what's it called? You would have things like, we're enslaved right now, okay? So let's just say we are the slaves. Every citizen is a slave, okay? In the 1500s, in the 1700s, 1800s, sorry, okay, where there was slavery, those people, what they do? They worked day and night. They had a home provided to them. They had food provided to them, except 100% of their production was taken away, correct? 100% of their production was taken away. All the cotton that they picked was taken away from them. Today, we work, okay? We work. We get our income. The government takes 40% of it, and then they make you pay every single day for the rest of your life to own a house. They make you pay to own a car. Every single year you pay a certain fine, okay? So they take your money back anyway. They take any money that you make back anyway. What is the difference right now between back then and today? There's literally nothing. You get to keep what, 20% that you can spend on clothing, that you can spend on, whatever, TVs, video games. Okay, so you're telling me that the difference between slavery in the 1800s, where they took 100%, today they take 80% of our money. Correct? What is the difference? Like, you have to understand, okay, you have to understand that the people in charge today, okay, they understand that if you enslave the human body, it is not as productive as enslaving the mind. Okay? Very, very important. Very, very important. Today Cameron said slavery is in the past, you are given the absolute minimum to live. Today we are given the absolute minimum to live. Bro, there's people today that are starving on the street. You understand? I can't afford a house today because they printed the money into oblivion. We are given the bare minimum today. The reason that we live the reason we don't have anything today is because we are enslaved. No, it is slavery. It is slavery. Let me break down how about this? How about we break down what slavery means? I think that would make a lot more sense for you guys as well. What does slavery mean? So the people worked and they had 100% of their productivity taken away, right? But it wasn't just taken away. It's just they couldn't say no to the thing, right? That's why they were enslaved. Do you agree with that or no? So let's argue. Cameron and David, or David, sorry. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. Do you agree with that or no? Do you agree that Kenny was like, who would print the money with no government? I actually want to ask you, Cameron, I want to ask you, is slavery the fact that you can't say no to something? Because that is, in my opinion, what slavery is. If I can't say no, I'm enslaved, right? The people in the past that were truly enslaved, they just couldn't say no to people taking 100% of their production, right? That was what the slavery was. It's the fact that they couldn't actually say no because they would get killed or whipped or whatever, right? Today, if they tell me, oh, you have to pay a royal tribute to the king called Justin Trudeau or Biden or whoever, okay, to own this home, and I say no, what happens to me? I get put in a cage, correct? I get put in a jail cell. So I can't really say no. So technically, I am enslaved. Do you agree with that or not? Because we have to define. We have to get true definition of our words. What is slavery? I mean, the word slavery also comes with almost no freedom and sets of things. I don't think in a society you can really have freedom 100%, of course. So that means that you need slavery in society then, right? Freedom, I want to clarify this, because once I get to the idea of what is slavery, okay, then we can discuss what is considered breaking of slavery, right? Because that is very important. I agree to an extent. I think if I said no to King Justin Trudeau, I'm just no longer considered part of society, whereas slavery in the past, you were forced into hard labor. Okay, so well, no, you aren't considered. You can't say no to taxes. Like you can actually look it up. For example, go type into Google right now, could I not pay my taxes and be exempt from healthcare? Go look it up. You're not going to be able to do that. A police officer will knock on your door and grab you and put you in a cage. Okay, right? So we have to understand that that is slavery, right? If we're being honest with ourselves, slavery is the inability to say no to somebody. Correct? So my whole intention is to end slavery, okay? To end slavery as a whole. But this doesn't just come with government. If I go to kill somebody, okay, and he can't say no, right? If I go to do that, then I'm enslaving him. If I go and trespass on his property, I'm enslaving him because he can't say no. Right? So what it comes down to, what it truly comes down to, and the point that I'm trying to get at here, is that there's actually one law, okay? There's only one law that should be enforced in society. And it's a law that predates man. Okay? And the law is don't do harm. Okay? We have to define what is harm now. Because we have to define what is free. Like the thing is that freedom is such a huge word that you have to actually define the opposite of freedom. Right? Because it's like, am I free to pick up my phone? Am I free to pick up this water bottle? Am I free to drink from this water? Am I free to do there's so many things that I am free to do. So you have to define what you're not free to do, right? I think that is a good way to go about it, because the things that you can do are like vast it's such a long list. And through my studies of philosophy, I've narrowed it down to 7 things. The first one is you can't kill, you can't murder anybody. Why? Because you're taking away their right to live. Okay? The second thing is you can't steal, because you're taking away their right to their own property. You can't rape, because you're taking their sexual consent away. You can't I came up with 3. You can't trespass on somebody's property, because again you're trespassing on the thing on their land. You can't coerce. What does that mean? That means like you can't point a gun at somebody and tell them to do something. You can't willfully lie, aka contractually lie to somebody. And then there's, I think, one more, but I can't put my mind to it. But it's basically 7 things, okay, that you cannot do. Freedom is defined by the law. No, it's not. That is the mental slavery that I'm talking about, David. I'm not trying to be offensive. Very important. Let me tell you why. In my opinion, and I don't even think it's an opinion, I think it's a fact. It's a truth. Freedom is inherently gifted to us. Okay? It's the free will that we have, okay, is something that is a birthright. It's something that we are given upon birth. Okay? It's why when I take a piss, I don't have to go kick my legs and try to hide it. Okay? Animals don't have free will. Animals do what they are instinctively told to do. It's pre-programmed in them. Myself and other human beings, we have the gift of free will. Okay? This means that it is not by law. The government doesn't give me my freedom. I have my freedom regardless of the government giving it to me or not. The government can take it away by force, but it is not the thing that grants me my freedom. It is the creator. Like, that's why you can't be a libertarian and not believe in the idea of creator. I'm not talking about religion. I'm not talking about like any type of religion. I'm talking about the actual idea of a creator. You have to, because he's the one that gives you these rights. Right? Like, he's the one that gives you these. If the government gives it to you, then the government can take it away. Right? If the government can give it to you, the government can take it away. If me writing it on a piece of paper means that you have your freedom, I can write on a piece of paper that you don't have your freedom. You get what I'm saying? This is why freedom has to come from something external from man. It is not by man. Man does not give freedom. It is given by, man only takes it away from his fellow man. Freedom is inherently given by a creator, by a higher force, whatever you want to call it, the universe, whatever it is. Okay? So once we understand that if we have that freedom is a birthright, it's something that is given to us, okay? Then we understand that we have not only the right to to exercise our freedom, but we have the right to defend it. Okay? So now let's move on to the next target, which is what David just said, or Cameron. I agree with the majority of what you're saying, but I am willing to give up some of my freedom for the benefits of government. I think I think being part of society is agreeance to this. This is where I have the biggest confliction with you. There's a saying by the founding fathers that says, those who give up their freedom or their liberty for security deserve neither security or liberty. And let me tell you why there's a problem with you giving up your freedom, Cameron, because you want to give it up. That's fine. The problem is that when you give it up, you also gave mine up. And you took my right away. Because the government is going to exercise the laws on you that is going to exercise on me. And that is where you started committing sin against me. Because you are allowing the government to commit its crimes against me. You want it to be committed against you, cool. Okay? Like you want to give it up, cool. That's you. But the problem is that you also take my rights away. You take my freedom away. You're telling me now that I can't buy a home unless I pay a tribute to the king called Justin Trudeau, okay? And I'm not allowed to own a home unless I pay my royal tribute. That is something that you allowed. And you can allow it, but what I'm trying to get at here is the idea of the mental enslavement here, that what you have to escape, the idea of if you do that, you are going to be karmically responsible because you permitted somebody to take my rights away. Like I would never allow somebody to take somebody else's rights away. You understand? I will defend them because I understand that that is the only thing that we have to live for. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying? You enslaving yourself and allowing me to be enslaved is the karma that you will have to face. And you don't have to believe in karma. That's up to you. But like I'm saying, my job is just to tell you what it is. Like tell you the philosophy that I have come to after many years of trying to weed out the truth. Okay? And whether you believe in karma or not, there is something inside of you that is like your conscious, that gut feeling where you do something wrong and for some reason it haunts you. Okay, that's something that exists in most human beings. Okay, most human beings. Very, very, very small part of human beings don't have this. So that what I try to tap into is that consciousness part, the gut feeling of you are truly taking my rights away. Because you allowed yourself to be enslaved, you are enslaving your fellow man. And I hope that's you understand what I try to get at here. Yeah, of course, but everything comes with context. As long as you live in a society, your freedom is definitely commanded by law for 99 of things. Exactly. So when did I sign up to be a part of society? That is the question that you have to ask yourself. When did I, upon birth, sign any contract where I said, I am okay to be enslaved by David's society? I never said that. I never signed that. Most people didn't sign that upon birth. So if we understand this, then you are doing this against my will. And again, that's cool, but that's your karma. You understand? That's the karma that you have to live with. This is true. There should be an opt-out of society once you reach a certain age. I think our perspectives are also different as to where we may have been raised. Karma will always catch up to people 100%. Absolutely. I wouldn't feel too bad about forcing someone into modern Australia, but I would feel bad about forcing someone into somewhere like the US, especially after Roe Wade. Cameron, bro. Oh my goodness. I think I think that you're how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? I think you're a little bit young, to be honest with you. Could you let me know how old you are? I think you might be a little bit young for this conversation. I mean, unlucky. Hey, like I said, man, like I said, it's your karma to bear. Again, I'm going to die, right? I'm going to be exiting this realm. I'm going to be gone. So will you. And we have consciousness that we have to deal with later on. The soul is going to be tormenting us. 25. Oh, okay. Let me tell you something, bro. You're under. I'm again. I'm not trying to be combative. I'm trying to be. Me personally, I believe that you have been. You're quite. You aren't you. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. When you say things like someone in Australia or someone in the US, it means that you don't quite understand what I'm talking about. I think our perspectives are very different due to where we have been raised. It has nothing to do where we have been raised. My friend, the United States is just an imaginary line, right? You have to understand that it's an imaginary line. It's a imaginary line. Like there's no line in the sand that says this is the United States, this is Canada, or this is Mexico. I don't know. It has nothing to do with where we're raised. I'm not raised in the United States. I'm raised in Canada. I'm in Canada. But truth does not succumb to where you are raised. Truth truth is existent in any time, any place. That's what makes it the truth. It is the most consistent force on earth. It's why people live and die pursuing the truth, right? So that's what that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm saying that there is one thing that if I'm going to communicate with people, there is one thing that I require for you to take on faith. And that thing is that there is a truth. That there is. It is not up to man to decide what is the truth. It is up to man to discover it. Okay? This is very important. This is my one predecessor to any talk that I have with anybody. Like the first question I ask them, is there a truth? Because if there isn't, me and you are not going to come to the same conclusion. That me and you are not going to I'm not going to be able to even show you what I believe the truth is. Okay? So, I guess my question to Cameron and to David would be, or David would be, is there a truth? Because if there isn't, then there's no point in even discussing this. Because if there is a truth, then we can continue and we can I can try to show you what I'm talking about. But if you don't think that, if there's no, that's the only leap of leap of faith that I ask you to take. The leap of faith is that there is a truth. That's it. If there is nothing, if you think that every person has his own truth or whatever, then there's no point in going on, because we can't really come to a conclusion. I'm just waiting for your replies. Can you expand on what you mean as truth on this particular topic? Okay, so what I mean by truth, as in for any topic of discussion, okay, for any topic of discussion in the material realm, in the 3D realm, is there an answer that nobody can dispute? Is there an answer that nobody can dispute? Like, if I tell you that in this 3D realm that we live in right now, that we are existing in, this mic is black, okay? Do you think that this is the truth? Or do you think that, oh, you can say it's pink, or this is, what's it called? Or blue, or whatever. That's the key difference here. This is the main thing that, what's it called? Is like the dividing line between people that I can converse with and people that I can't. Is this mic black, or is it just my perception that it's black? That's what I mean by the truth. Is there a truth for what is morality? Okay, is there a truth for what is right and wrong? Okay, what is correct, what is incorrect? Is there a truth to that? If there is, then what's it called? And I'm not talking about like, oh, does this hat look good on me? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like, I hope, is there a right or wrong action? Okay, like, I think there is a truth, but even if something being right or true comes at a cost. Yes, the truth cuts. The truth cuts. Yes, lies don't. Lies don't do that. Okay? That lies, they don't hurt. Lies, they keep you in your sleep. The truth, it hurts, it cuts, and it divides. Just to stir the pot a little bit more, isn't the best form of truth just experience? What makes your truth my truth? Okay, this is what I'm talking about. So, number one, the truth that I'm talking about is something outside of experience. The truth existed before I became a human being and after I leave. Okay? Like, it means that the truth is not dependent on me. It's not dependent on you. The truth exists regardless of whether I exist or not. I don't believe in God or in anything superior / divine, but I think any so-called truth can only be defined by a God because I, as a human, cannot possibly find it. Galactic Codex of Ethics, Universal Ethics / Truths. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. I could tell that some of you guys are in the know. I can tell that some of you guys understand what I'm talking about. Like, I agree that being forced into society when you are born is a wrong, but in most cases, I think that cost is worth paying. For example, if someone were born in a place with no government, what is stopping the abuse of that person being born? Also, that's also a cost of having no government. When you are constrained physically by your senses, you cannot know the absolute truth. Okay, I guess the mic was a bad example. I'm talking about things that are external, okay? Like, okay, I'm not saying like, is this mic hashtag 00000 or hashtag FFFFFF. Okay, that's not what I'm trying to get at. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what I'm trying to get at. Okay, I'm trying to get at. So sorry. Sometimes when I glance at the bottom right, it means I'm reading chat. All right. The truth is not defined by human beings when it comes to laws. Okay, what do I mean by this? Okay, this falls. I've said this many times. It falls regardless of whether I believe that or not. Okay, that is the truth. Things will fall down. Okay, that is truth. Okay, that's a law. Okay, things will fall if I drop them. Sorry. Okay, there is a law for moral behavior. Okay, people in the ancient world called it natural law. Some people called it universal law. Some people called it karmic law. Some people called it God's law. Whatever you want to call it. It is laws that govern human behavior. Okay? Laws that govern human behavior. You can test it out yourself. Okay? You can test it out yourself and see that if you do something bad, karmically it will come back to your ass. Okay? Like, you can test it out. Trust me, I tried it. I was a piece of shit before and I got beat over the head and I became a better person and my life started improving. Okay? But you can try it yourself and see that you do get karmically rewarded, whether it's in this life or whatever happens after, or maybe it's your children. Okay? Whatever it is. But the idea that I'm trying to get at here is, if there is a truth to what is morally correct or what is morally incorrect, then that means we as human beings have to discover it. Just like how we discovered that this falls at an acceleration rate of 9.2 whatever. So this truth that you're talking about is exclusive to humans, not existence in general. It is exclusive to any sentient being, any being that can think. Okay? I don't want to delve into extraterrestrials or anything like this, but for this topic of discussion, we are talking about just human beings. Yes, it is governing moral behavior. 9.81, sorry for all my nerds. Sorry, 9.81. I thought it was 8.19. It is moral laws that govern human beings' behavior. Okay? It's not governing animals. Animals do not get governed by the same laws. Okay? So, if the reason I say that this is very important to understand the fact that there are these laws, okay, is because now we can go about discovering them. When I told you that these 7 bad things, like the theft, the whatever, these 7 bad things are incorrect or immoral, all I did was aggregate all of my research into one sentence for you guys. Okay? That's what I did. Like, I am a compiler of information. That's what I do. Like, you can see it in my behavior with Yu-Gi-Oh! I dive into the deepest core of any topic to try to figure out what is the truth. Okay? And I'm always willing to admit when I'm wrong. And when I say that these 7 things like murder, theft, rape, trespass, coercion, theft, and contractual lying, okay, these 7 things are immoral. All I did was I gave you the thesis to the research that I've done over the past 6-7 years of my life. All right, the 6-7 years of my life, I've summarized it to these 7 actions are incorrect action. There is no situation where you can say that these are correct actions. Okay? These are incorrect, immoral actions. All right? There's no situation. You cannot fit. You can shift them into time. You can shift them in space. And whoever commits these actions are still wrong. They are still immoral. Okay? This is what I mean by the truth. You take it and you put it into every scenario and you will find that it is incorrect. It is immoral. That's what makes it the truth. It is consistent. It is bulletproof. You can't find plot holes in it. For me, I don't believe slavery is wrong today because the laws write that today slavery is wrong. Because 200 years ago, the laws wrote that the slavery was okay. No, slavery was wrong today. It was wrong 200 years ago. It was wrong on Mars. It was wrong in Australia. Okay? It's wrong anywhere. Why? Because we're taking, obviously, the path of coercion. Okay? So this is what I mean by this is an immoral truth. Immoral truth. These are immoral actions. You can steal, you can... What if the truth conflicts? Committing murder to prevent rape, for example. Very interesting question. I will get into that. But we have to clarify that. Do we agree that these are? Do we agree on that there is a truth? Because we have to get to that first. Okay. Do we agree that there is a truth? If we agree that there is a truth for this, then I can continue and tell you about the scenarios, like, oh, stealing from somebody to give to the poor, killing somebody to prevent rape, all that. Like, but we have to get to the truth aspect first, because if I'm telling you guys, like, I've done this a lot for a long time. You understand? I have studied this for a very, very long time. Okay? And this is the line where if you don't believe that there is a truth, then that means that, what's it called? There's no point in continuing the conversation. So somebody says, I agree. Yes, I don't think any person could define it. Okay, so if you don't think anybody can define it, so then that means that rape is okay. So do you think I can't define that rape is bad, is immoral behavior? Because if you don't think so, if you don't think any person can define what is morally correct or incorrect, then that means rape is okay in some scenarios. So, Ro, let me know if you understand what I'm saying by, because when you say I don't think that any person can define it, this is, some things are black and white. I can say for sure it's wrong. Cool. So there are something. Look, if I tell you that there's a pink unicorn standing right behind me, I'm not arguing about this. That's fine. There can be a pink unicorn. There cannot be a pink unicorn. That's fine. But what I'm talking about is there is, for some things, for some things there is truth to it. If we agree to that, then that's fine. Okay, so Cameron agrees that there are actions that are inherently immoral. Perfect. That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay? Perfect. So if we understand that there are some actions that are inherently immoral, okay? So now we have to discover what are these actions, okay? And when are they permitted to be moral, okay? When are they allowed, okay? Because look, for example, if somebody's killing everybody, right? Am I not allowed to kill this guy? Am I morally bound by not being able to kill this guy because he's killing everybody? So from my understanding, after having searched for so long, okay, there is a truth and you have to defend the truth, okay? So what do I mean by this? This means that if somebody commits the act of aggression, okay, or commits an immoral action, so he's about to kill somebody, he's about to rape somebody, it's like clear as day, okay? This person has actually foregone his right to not being killed, not being attacked, not being whatever, imprisoned, okay? He actually lost his freedom because he committed that action, Okay? This is so important to understand. Okay? Because this is where defending the truth is very important. This is why I say I would defend somebody in Australia who's saying, I'm okay being enslaved. I will tell you, no, you don't have to be okay to be enslaved. This is why I'm doing this, right? Because I understand that you think that you're getting some perceived benefit from this, from being enslaved by the government. Okay? So I'm going out of my way to commit the moral action to tell you, you should not be okay with it, and spending time to explain what's it called? Why it's not, you should not want to be enslaved. Okay? So when somebody attacks somebody else, they've actually lost their moral freedom. They've lost their ability to not have these 7 things done onto them, because they have tried to exercise their pulling away of other people's freedom. You understand? Like he tried to take that away from them. He by committing this, he has lost his ability. So that is us karmically exercising the karmic law against him. But let's just say he gets away with it. The leap of faith that I told you about, is that you can trust that the universe will get him back. You can trust that the universe, God, whatever entity you want, will come back and get him. Okay? Whether it's now, whether it's his kids, or whatever. Okay? Like if he gets away with it. Obviously, our job as human beings is to create ways so that he doesn't get away with it. AKA, for example, things like justice system, whatever. Okay? So that is very, very important to understand. So, okay, so Cameron, I will get to your point in a sec, but I want to make sure that this is like concrete, because if we can hammer this down, we can get to the so-called exceptions that people usually have, like roads or whatever. Okay, so is this clear? Like the idea of, okay, I have the right to do whatever I want except these 7 things because they actually commit harm against other people. Okay? And then if I commit these harms against somebody else, I've actually lost the right to not have these things done onto me. These magical 7 things. Oh, this is better. But I can put forth a hypothetical argument as to why government may be necessary to morally protect others. Sure, go ahead. Sure, go ahead. Could you give me that hypothetical argument as to why you think that that's the case? And then we can proceed forward after that. Also, by the way, if somebody attacks you, I want to make this one clear as well. If somebody attacks you, okay? If somebody attacks you, all right? It doesn't always have to be somebody else that has that ability, that has to defend you. It is actually your obligation as well to protect yourself, okay? I'm not saying that you might not get killed in the process. I'm not saying that you might not get hurt in the process. But it is your obligation to protect your rights, okay? It's ultimately yours, right? Like a lot of people say, oh, we need the police to protect us. At the end of the day, if you're sitting in front of me and I decide to jump on you and attack you, the police are not going to help you, okay? The police is a reactive force. Okay, it's a reactive force. It's not a proactive force. This means that, or it's not even an active force. It's a reactive force. That means they come after the fact. They don't come during, like if I'm attacking the person, that's it, they're getting attacked. Like there's nothing they can do about it other than defend themselves on the spot via firearms, knife, fists, whatever it is that they decide to use. Okay? But at the end of the day, the only person who can truly protect them is themselves. Okay? Now, if they're lucky and they're in broad daylight, somebody might come and help. You know, maybe somebody might call the police, whatever. But at the end of the day, ultimately, if we're honest with ourselves, the only person, what's it called? The only person who can truly protect you is yourself. Okay? So that is, I hope that that's clear. But now let's move on to some of your things. So do you think some sort of slavery is needed for society to run? Absolutely not. If we enforce any type of slavery, it will karmically come back to us. I guess where we differ is what you call karma, I call coincidence. There is no such thing as coincidences, my friend. I promise you, there is not a single thing in this world that is a coincidence. Everything is by design. Everything is by design. I promise you. And you will come to find this out as you, if you truly look for the truth, you will find that everything that you thought was a coincidence, no, it is not. What about lying? Do you think punish that, or what are the consequences? So like I said, contractually lying. This means what? This means that there's actual damages to the fact. Right? Like where you can actually visibly see that there's damages. Not, oh, I lied to you that, you know, this card is going up and then you believed me, right? That's not lying. Or that is lying, but it's like it's not harm because you actually chose. I didn't actually aggress against you. You understand? I didn't commit anything. I didn't commit anything against you. No, it's not. If they paid me, but I didn't say paid. I said if I just told them this, I said this card is going up, and then he decided to believe me. Sorry, my wife is arguing with me. If he believed me, that's not me actually going into contract with you. What about lying? I already answered that. What is coin clipping? I addressed it in the video earlier in the videos. You can scroll back. I guess the only way to know for sure is to know what the force of creation is. The force of creation is an evolutionary force. And that is a fact. And you can figure that out as you test things. But there is two forces in the world. There's the evolutionary force and there's the entropic force. Most high-level elite, they tap into the entropic force because they know that they can't tap into the evolutionary creative force. Nobody can tap into that. That is something that is put by design, and they don't even try to. That's why they have to use the entropic force. If you cannot defend to protect yourself, you cannot save others. Absolutely. Absolutely. Even if you have to die doing that. Evolution, I don't mean, by the way, Darwinian evolution. I'm talking about evolutionary force as in for mankind to progress forward. Can you define entropic and evolutionary forces? Entropic forces are the destructive forces, aka the controlling forces. And then the evolutionary forces are the creative forces that human beings can tap into in order to create things to advance ourselves. Do you believe there was a period where there wasn't and then there was? And that's what I'm getting at. That there wasn't and there was? You mean like Genesis? if that's what you mean? The origin of human beings is very different. Like, I mean, I don't have a religious point of view on how we human beings came to be. Okay, I follow more of a, or I don't follow anything, to be honest with you. Right now I'm leaning more towards a Sumeric understanding of where human beings came to be, but I don't know for sure. I don't know where human beings come from. It's all speculation. We don't know that we can't. The thing is that the only things we can find are the spiritual forces. You can't really actually find the history if you really think about it. Like, there's no way. How could you actually prove to me that, for example, World War II happened, or World War I happened, or whatever happened in the past? You didn't really see it, right? You can show me that there's buildings. I could tell you they blew them up. I could tell you that they did these right away. Like, there's really no way to prove historical facts. You can only kind of grab at it. Okay, it's all speculation for the most part. But what I'm basically what I'm trying to get at is the spiritual forces are the only things that you can actually like prove, if that makes sense. You can I mean, bro, take a hit of ayahuasca and you'll know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you can only justify, not truly prove. Yeah, you can't prove it. You can't prove the past. Like, somebody told me, oh, Hitler exists. All right, fine, prove it. Yeah, no one knows. I'm just saying, if we agree on there being a single point of creation, that knowing what that force is would prove whether things were coincidence or karma. Oh, I see. So you don't, oh, I see. So you do not believe that there was any type. So do you believe in Darwinian evolution, that we just coincidentally evolved from apes? And by the way, the entropic force is the karmic force, if you think about it, by the way. Like, the entropic force is the karmic law that bounds the evolutionary force. It's actually the masculine and the principle. If anybody has studied like the occult in any way, the masculine force is the creative force. It's the force that brings things into existence. And then the feminine force is the one that actually controls it, that binds it, so that it does not trespass over the karmic law, right? That's why you need both. That's why a balanced mind has both the feminine and the masculine activated. They are codependent. Yes, that's why they exist. That's why they tap into the entropic force, because what I mean by tap into entropic force is in they get people to commit these karmic atrocities. They don't do it themselves, right? Like, somebody asked me in the last live that I did, somebody asked me, they're like, oh, how come, all these people, all these elites do these bad things, right? And I told them, what do they actually do? Like, literally, when was the last time David Rockefeller showed up on somebody's door pointing an M16 at them, right? Telling them to go to jail because they didn't pay their taxes. When was the last time David Rockefeller did that? Or Rothschild, when did he do that? JP Morgan, I don't remember the last time they did that. All they did was speak things into, they just spoke words. They wrote things on a piece of paper. It's the police officers that execute these things, right? It's the government people that execute all of these laws. Right? They're the ones that are karmically responsible. And that's what I mean by they use the entropic force. They basically, all they say is speak words, write things on pieces of paper. They call it a law. And then people, because they're enslaved, they do these things on their behalf. And they're the ones that suffer the karmic responsibility. Because karma is about the action. It's not really about the intent. Karma doesn't give a damn about your intent. Right? Like, it's like a computer program. That's literally the simulation, the matrix, right? You type into things into keyboards. If I type in, I am here, okay? It doesn't give a shit if I'm looking that way or if I'm not intending to, I'm actually lying or anything like that. If I type I am here, it's going to show up I am here. So if you commit something bad, it's going to show up anyway, regardless of what your intent is. Okay? So karma doesn't give a shit about what your intent is. This is a big lie that's promoted, like, oh, everything. That's why they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Okay, you can do a lot of good things, but or intend a lot of good things. If the action is shitty, you're gonna get fucked by karma. Right? So the last, I'm telling you, you're gonna find that None of these government, Justin Trudeau, when was the last time he actually did anything against the truckers or the people who chose to not get vaccinated or any of these people, right? When was the last time Justin Trudeau did anything? All he did was just talk. People brought it into existence, not him. He didn't do anything. All he did was just open his mouth and talk, which he has the right to do. He's exercising his right to free speech. He has the right to do that. If you follow it, that's on you. And that's why I get on order followers. What about historical museum, Holocaust, and photos, history records? Are you saying Holocaust wasn't real? I'm not saying it's not real or Israel. I'm saying Israel. I'm not saying if it is real or it's not real. I'm saying prove to me right now that it actually happened. Right? There's no way to actually prove it. There's no way to do it. Literally no way. Because it didn't happen in our time. This is the thing about the past. The past is gone. All we have is the present. I'm saying it's a possibility. If the force of creation is conscious, then that would prove karma, whereas it wasn't. It's a coincidence. I see what you're saying. Yeah, all you have to do is take a hit of ayahuasca, my man, and tap into the spiritual realm. You'll see everything vibrates. You'll see everything has a consciousness, and you'll know what I'm talking about. I don't personally believe that karmic forces alone are enough to punish those that do wrong. Very interesting, Cameron. You know, I was talking to a buddy of mine. Like we play softball together. I found this. Okay, the difference between the so-called liberals and so-called conservatives is that belief in higher power, right? Like that's why the liberals they try to they gravitate towards going to government for everything, because they feel like they feel like they need to control everything, while the conservatives they try not to do that. They try to go more of the free market route because they have that leniency. Don't get it twisted. They still have their patriotic degeneracy. But what I'm trying to get at here is that they're more willing to let things be as they are and have the consciousness be done, have the force be done onto them, onto the crime committer, if that makes sense. The left, they don't really believe in any higher power. They don't believe in any of this. So that's why they gravitate towards that's why they gravitate towards the government control. They gravitate towards the government solving the problem because there is no higher power that can solve it. And they invest that power into man instead of investing it into that higher power. At least that's what I found. Like, it's just very interesting that it's like that. I mean, you can disagree. You can tell me why. Like Tristan said, I totally disagree with this part. I'm not sure what you're talking about, what part you're talking about. But if it's this part, you can tell me why. But this is just what I've noticed, that conservatives seem to lead more towards the higher power aspect, while liberals, they lean more towards the government because they don't have that higher power that can take care of the evildoers. Like, I remember I got robbed once because I grew up in like pretty, not bad, but I wouldn't say it's a good place. Like, I got robbed once, and I was like, bro, I didn't like I couldn't do anything at the time. Like I was a lot weaker and stuff. So I let it go, and lo and behold, no joke, that person, I found out, like he thinks that I didn't know about it. Like, I didn't know that that's what happened, but no joke, I'm not even joking. Like, literally, like, I think 10 years later, bro, this guy comes up to me and he's like he was like begging me for some drugs because he didn't, like, he was like addicted and stuff. Like this, he comes up to me, like out of all the people, like I've never done drugs, like a hard drug. I've done like ayahuasca, but I've never done like cocaine or anything like that. He came to me, right? Like, and I obviously forgave him, but I'm telling you, that thing works. Like, it's crazy. Once you let it go, it's like, and you kind of let that revenge go, all of a sudden that karmic force, man, it starts to kick in. It starts to put in work. I'm not sure I believe in karmic forces, but either way, won't these karmic forces take time? It won't stop X person from being abused until the person committing the act is karmically punished. Yeah, I agree. More conservative people likely believe in a higher power to punish the person. So yeah, bro, if I see somebody, if I see somebody hurting somebody else, I'm not gonna say, "Oh, karma will take care of it." That's not what I'm saying. Karma will take care of me because I didn't do my part to defend the person's freedom. I'm not saying that. I'm saying we still have to take part in that. We still have to build each other up. We still have to work together to stop X persons. Okay? But what I'm saying is, if he gets away with it, he'll be dealt with. You understand? He'll be dealt with. And likely it'll be worse than anything human beings can commit to the person. You understand? It's worse than anything human beings can actually do to that person. I'm not saying that we can't do something. If we find somebody that's doing bad things, we go and hit them. we punish them. I'm not denying that. As long as there's actual proof and anything like that, everything like that. Like we go through the due justice process. Right? Innocent until proven guilty. And if you want me to explain why innocent until proven guilty is important, I can do that. But as long as we do this and we find out that he is guilty, no, we do punish him. We do punish him. But if he gets away with it, the government is not going to stop it. That's the key thing. Like, bro, if we cannot do it, the government is not going to do it because the government is just people, man. This is what you're not getting. You actually give this government this power that is you think that they can do something human beings can't. They're human beings themselves, bro. If anything, the private industry, the private market will do a better job than the government will. How many times go? I want you to go look up police reports, unsolved police reports, okay? Go look them up and then look at what happens right after the police shows up and shows like, oh, like this is not, we don't know who committed the crime. What does the person do? Right away, they go hire a PI. Why? Private investigator. Why? Because they know that they're going to do a better job than the police will. You understand? Like, if we can't do it, the government's not going to solve it. Okay? If we personally cannot do it, then the government can't solve it. Let's see, Cedric. I don't get it. How else are you going to teach history without fossil records, stories passed down from generation to generation? Old pictures are evidence of past. They are evidence. Okay, I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is it is not 100% proof. If you show me a picture of 3 people smiling happily and you tell me, oh, this is your family and whatever, I could tell you, okay, sure, but in the past, it could be that they were just forced there by gunpoint. Okay? I don't know 100%. I could only believe. And I'm not against believing. What I'm saying is we have to understand what is belief and what is truth, because this is very important. Okay? But I mean, in a scenario, okay, so unless you mean there's absolutely no definitive truth as fact / history, I mean, no one knows for sure. Yes, there is no absolute fact for history. Yes, the only thing that we have is absolute fact for today, which is the present, what I see in my eyes. I know that Cedric _ Yu-Gi-Oh is here in front of me talking to me, whether that's a bot or whatever, but I can confirm that right now that you're in front of me. You understand? That's the only thing that I can say. As soon as I close this chat, I mean, the video evidence is there, but like, as soon as I close the chat, for the most part, it's gonna be, there's no way for me to prove it. For example, child sex trafficking rings are often broken up by government agencies, not individuals/groups. My friend, child sex traffickings are induced by government, okay? Government is the one that funds most of these. If you don't believe me, go check out Pizzagate. Go check out any of the leaked files of Obama, Clinton, Trump, all those guys. They are they are the ones that run these sex trafficking organizations. But I don't really want to get into that. This is like way beyond the scope of this subject. I like talking just philosophy. All of these things can be stopped because at the end of the day, and I'm not against, for example, an organization. Like, why do you think I'm against an organization? It doesn't mean that I personally have to go and Superman against a child trafficking agency, right? Like, I'm not saying just me, myself. I could open a business that runs that. The difference between what you are saying by government and what I'm saying by a private industry is, if I do a shitty job at finding this sex ring, okay, they can hire somebody else that will do a better job. Right now, if the government can't find them, too fucking bad. Why? Because the government gets to steal your money by force, and then they put these traffic rings. Then they stop these traffic rings. And sometimes they don't stop them. Like, for example, Epstein, how long did he live? How long has his operation been going on? Nobody said anything. You're going to tell me nobody knew? Come on, man. Like, I think we should be a little bit more honest with ourselves. They definitely knew. It's just now it's time to pull the plug on Epstein, and either he did something to piss him off or whatever, and they pulled the plug on him. But they definitely knew, okay? They 100% knew. These guys were taking private jets to his island, bro. They were taking private jets to his island. What do you think they were doing there? Like, let's be honest with ourselves. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves. What do you think that they were doing there when they were flying there? Like, come on, man. Right? I'm not against somebody. Hey, like, for example, if our town has a rapid problem of children going missing, okay? I'm not against putting in a special force to go and find these people. I'm not against that. The problem is if I do a shitty job, they can just hire somebody else who does a better job and actually find these crime committers. You understand? The idea of options. When you have options, it puts a fire under your ass. The reason that cops can do whatever the hell they want right now and not be trialed for it, not be convicted, is because there is no other option. You understand? They are ruled by the government. If they do anything wrong, the government backs them up. If we don't if they were a private service, imagine if somebody from Google, okay, shot up the agency or whatever. People would light a fire against Google's ass. Why? Because Google is, a private agency, and they would want them shut down. You're never going to shut down cops. You're never going to do that. Why? Because the government loves cops. You understand? I'm not against protecting people. I am not against doing any of those things. I'm against pointing a gun at someone, telling them to pay for a service that is trash. You understand? I am against paying somebody for pointing a gun at somebody to pay for shit that I believe we need when he doesn't believe that he needs it. Some towns, some cities, they don't have a rapid case of children missing. Why should they have to pay for our shit? If, like, let's just say me and you are in a town like that. Why should they have to pay? Most of them will. Like, don't get it twisted. Human beings are generous by nature. You can go look at the United States. They donate around $3 billion literally to charities every single year. Just the people. This is after how much they're getting sucked on by the vampires in government. Okay, $3 billion they give it out of charity. Okay, I personally give up at least 5% of my income on charity. So what I'm trying to get at here is we don't point guns at people, okay? Because we want to be honest with ourselves, Cameron, okay? If we are truly honest, and this is, I'm hoping when I talk to you, I hope that the people who are sitting here still listening are honest with themselves. When they ask themselves, I want this, What do you actually want? Truly say what you actually want. You want the government to point a gun at somebody, threaten them to put them in a cage so that they can pay for what you believe is correct. That's what you want. And if you're honest with yourself, that is what you want. I hope that is clear, okay? Not just the past, but also the present and the future. I don't trust my eyes in the present. Yeah, that's a you problem, bro. I trust my eyes, but the government is a middleman that we pay for and usually takes forever and does a bad pretty much, yeah. Like that's what the government is. It's just a middleman, right? Like we can hire the same agencies that they hire, like for fucking roads, okay? Why do you think roads take so damn long in a government society, like in a society run by government? Before, when roads are privatized, for example, we have something in Toronto called the 407, okay? This road, bro, there's not even a pebble on this road, okay? There's not even a pebble, okay? If I go on the public road, there's potholes, there's so much traffic. It's unbelievable, okay? We have a subway system being built right now. Do you know how long it took? Do you know how long it's been? The operation started, I think, in 2011. Or 2013, sorry. It's been 9 years and they still haven't built it. 9 years. Imagine how inefficient you are. Imagine a company, okay? Imagine a company, you order a phone, you order a plane ticket, and they give it to you after 9 years. What would you say about that? What would you say about that? Okay? Ask yourself that. That is truly how you have... Bro, you would literally burn that company to the ground if they took your money for even more than a year. Imagine 9. Fucking, that's a whole generation, bro. They took a whole generation and they still haven't built that shit. If we assume human beings are truthful and collaborative and act in a selfless manner, that is enough and we wouldn't need cops or laws or anything. No, I didn't say all human beings are like that. There's always... there's always bad apples. So there's always bad apples, but the idea is that they will get dealt with, just like how they're dealt with right now. If they happen, they will happen anyway. You understand? Like Cameron just said here. I mean, that is not what I want. I have a lot of criticism with my government and other governments, but I would still prefer having the government rather than no government. You would also need everyone to adhere to your 7 or so truths. I personally don't think everyone would adhere to those, given how much rape, murder, etc. currently already occurs. Yes, but those things will occur anyway. I didn't say that what's it called, like a no government society is like a utopia. I never said that. I just said there will be a lot less atrocities committed. Because look, the rapes, they're still going to happen. The killings are still going to happen. They happen right now. Okay? And they happen, what's it called? Like the people who truly want to kill somebody, they're not going to let the government stop them. Okay? They're not going to let the government stop them. The people who don't want to commit murder, rape, and all these 7 things, most of them, they exist today. Most of them live happily amongst themselves. Nobody in my neighborhood wants to kill anybody. Nobody in my apartment wants to kill anybody. Do you understand? Nobody wants to do that. So what I'm saying is, why should we have to suffer the consequences and be put under fear that 0.01% of people are going to do a bad thing? You understand? This is the percentage of how much crime actually exists. There's 8 billion people. But more would likely occur. No, But isn't that a problem, not trying to prevent that by having a government? Well, all we're doing is, this is what you're telling me, okay? We don't want people that rob, steal, kill, trespass, imprison people, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to hire people that rob, steal, kill, trespass, and imprison people, kidnap people, okay? To take care of those people, because that's what government is doing. That's what the government is doing. No, it's not. People don't do this. Like, okay, Cameron, we have 44 people in the chat right now. And anybody in the comment section, please tell me, okay? Please tell me if any of you guys would commit any of the 7 sins or so that I've talked about. Whether you would murder, rob, trespass, rape, coerce, willfully, contractually lie, and I don't remember the 7th one. Okay, tell me if you would do that, because I bet you most people would not do that, regardless of there was a government or not. Most people would not do that. Most people would not do that. And when people do that, they get taken care of. You know why? Because, sorry, I'm reading the comments. Everybody's saying no. You know why? Because we understand that if somebody takes the rights away from somebody else, it's going to be taken away from us. If I let the person who just robbed my neighbors get away with it, he might rob me. You understand? That is the key issue. He might rob me. Why? Even if he doesn't want to personally, someone will rob me because I allowed it to happen. I allowed somebody to get hurt while on my watch. I watched it happen. I allowed it. And the reason I'm doing this right now, okay, the reason I'm even spending time right now talking to you guys is because I have this information, okay? And I'm tasked karmically to tell it to you, because if I don't tell it to you, okay, then I'm withholding information from you that could save you morality, like bring you morality to you, to your consciousness, right? If I don't tell you, I'm basically preventing you from bettering your life. And I don't want that karmic responsibility on myself. So I spend my time talking to you guys. That and the fact that I will also attain my own personal freedom if I'm able to free other human beings. And you know that these things are wrong because you have a deep thing called your consciousness. This is what scientism refused to admit. There's a feeling inside of your body when you do something wrong, okay? And our job is to find out what these wrong things are. And I found these 7 things. If you can find more, no problem, we can discuss them. But for the most part, these 7 things are what I've come to, like after 6 years of studying. The people who want to break these 7 things, they will do it regardless of government. They will not let the government stop them. I promise you that. Government will not stop these people. And it's not going to go higher because you're thinking that we will allow it. The reason right now, okay, I'll tell you something. The reason right now people allow it is because they think that the government is going to take care of it. The reason that there's homeless people on the street right now, people walk by them and they don't do anything. Why? Because they believe that it's the government's job to take care of them. If we do not have a government, if we let that person on the street die, okay, that corpse is going to rot right there. Okay, government is not going to take it away and shield it from our eyes. It's going to die right there. So either we save his ass, okay, and we help him and try to elevate his life, or he's going to die right there, have a corpse in our body as our children walk by the street. If we put the responsibility on us, the onus on us to fix the world that we live in, instead of just waiting for government to do it, okay, all of a sudden, now we have a better world at least. I think there would be a bias in chat towards saying no, but what would studies that support crime opportunity theory? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, bro. I go. Look. How about this? How about this, Cameron? Even if let's just say crimes go up, let's just say that they do. Okay. Even though I don't believe so, I think most crimes are actually induced via government because of government bullshit. But let's just say that they do. I still do not give up my own freedom to have that little bit of extra security, extra safety. When you want, I'm going to tell you something, and this is going to be very allegorical, okay? If you read any ancient scripture, okay, and there's this aspect, it's always there, like the eating from the tree, okay, the eating from the tree. If you, for example, if you watch Naruto, right? If you watch Naruto, who is Kaguya and where did she originate from? There's that tree of life, okay? One Piece, right? The devil fruit come from where? The devil tree, the tree of Adam, okay? You're going to see it in every single pop culture reference. That tree is there, okay? You need to ask yourself, if you read these ancient scriptures, why is it that the serpent or Satan approaches Adam and Eve and tell them that I'm going to give you immortality? I want you to truly, like, honestly, Cameron, think about it right now, and truly, what does immortality symbolize? That's what I want you to tell me. What does immortality symbolize? What if I was to like encompass immortality into another word? Okay, what does immortality encompass? This is the revelation that came to me, that I was like, wow, okay, I get it. My third eye's open. Okay, because this is the thing that really helped me understand. What does immortality symbolize? Chat, you can chime in too. What do you guys think the immortality aspect symbolize? Why does Satan approach Adam and Eve with the idea of immortality? What is immortality? Let me know, guys. Don't leave me hanging. Let me know that you guys are actually listening, not leaving. A godlike quality? No. It's not godlike quality. Sure, what is it? What do you think? No. Sort of. She said no consequences. Not close. There's something more. Like, what is immortality? Like, why do people want immortality? Someone said it could be setting in stone a belief, could be your chance to avoid punishment. I'm about to open your third eye. What is immortality? To live forever. What is living forever? Like, what does it mean? What does it mean to live forever? Okay? Self-preservation. Close. No. Okay, I'll just tell you guys. I'll tell you guys what immortality is. Immortality, okay, is to never die or expire, to not be born. I understand the meaning of immortality. I'm saying, what does it symbolize? I'll tell you what it symbolizes, because I don't think you guys are going to get it. To not die. No, I understand the definition of immortality. What does it symbolize? Immortality symbolizes, okay? Immortality symbolizes the ultimate level of security. The ultimate level of security. You don't have to worry about food because you're not going to die. You don't have to worry about water, shelter, any of these things because you're not going to die. You don't have to worry about protection from animals, from thieves, rapists, because you're not going to die. That's what immortality is. It's the ultimate level of security. Okay? It is the ability, okay, to not have to worry about this thing called life. Okay? Now I want you to I want you to think about this, okay? The Satan or the devil offered Adam and Eve immortality. Okay? Satan offered immortality to these people. What is the government offering you? What is the government offering you when they say, we will protect you from these rapists, we will protect you from these terrorists, we will protect you from this, we will protect you from the big corporations, we will do this? They are offering you security. That is eating from the tree. It's trying to avoid the thing called life. Okay? We are born into this world to have challenges. The government is always going to try and get you to commit sins in return for security. Okay? It's the ultimate deal. It's existed from the beginning of time. Whether you think Adam and Eve is real or whether you think it's allegorical, it is the ultimate form of security. That's what immortality is. The government offers you the ability to not have to worry about things. Oh, you don't want food? Don't worry, we will steal it from you. We will steal it from you. You know what I mean? For you. You want water? Don't worry, we'll steal it for you too. That's what the deal is. It's what the devil's deal is. Okay? Symbolically, Adam and Eve is. Okay? That's what it is. Because that's what like when he gave them that tree, right? And they fell, and then all of a sudden their two sons killed each other, right? Okay? That is the beginning of the trespass on the thing called natural law. It's for security. He gave them the immortality. He gave them, or at least he tricked them into, they're not going to offer you that. Don't get it twisted. The government doesn't offer you that. It's just, that's how they bait you into it. Satan cannot give you ultimate security. He cannot give you that immortality that Adam and Eve dreamed of. Okay? Government is not going to give you that either. All they do is they're going to trick you, and then you suffer the karmic consequences of that. And I promise you, Justin Trudeau, Trump, every single one of these people elected into office, they are taught this understanding from when they are children, because they do not want to suffer the karmic consequences themselves. They want to pass it off to you. Okay? I promise you. Okay? These people have been trained. How did you find out this conclusion yourself? I didn't come up with a conclusion. I just asked yourself. Like, because for me, I don't take the ancient texts as like historical facts. I take them as allegories taught by the ancients, right? Like I said, Horus is not actually a character. It's the sun, okay? It's the sun's, right? Like Horus zone, right? Horizon, Horus, the sun goes up. And then he has an evil brother. It's called Set because the sun sets, right? All of it is allegorical. So the Bible is an allegory. All of it is an allegory. Jesus himself is an allegory. Jesus himself literally came to end the government. There's literally this meme that says Jesus is an anarchist, but all his followers are statists. Like go look it up. It's literally a famous meme. Jesus himself, whoever that person was, came to dismantle the Pharisees. What were the Pharisees doing? Creating laws, creating debt, all these things. That's what he came to abolish. You understand that? Like everything is an allegory in the past. Every ancient scripture, these things are not like actual real things. They are ideas cryptically given to the next generation, so that the people who spend time trying to sit there and try to understand what the hell is being told to them, okay, they are able to decipher it. Okay? Now, why they encrypt everything, I don't know. I don't know why. I'm a believer of telling you flat out, and that's why I do that. That's why I come on here and I tell you guys. I don't try to hide anything. I don't know why you need to be initiated in order to learn. Okay, I don't understand this. Maybe it's a way of culling time wasters, right? It's a way of culling time wasters, people who are just going to take advantage of the knowledge that they are given. Maybe that's why. Okay, and that's why they preserve it. Okay, they preserve it cryptically, but everything in the past, whether you're reading Liber Raz, whether you're reading Bhagavad Gita, whether you're reading the Bible, the Quran, everything is cryptic. Okay, it is not to be taken on face value. Great conversation. I'm off to bed now, though. Take care, Crispy. I appreciate you sticking it out, man. Thank you so much. Take care, my friend. But yes, that's what the ultimate deal is. The devil's apple. That when he, if watch everything you will see in any anime that you watch. If you're an anime watcher, what's her face? Ymir in Attack on Titan. What? Go look at the picture at the end credits. What is it? It's the devil offering her that apple. Okay? Every single thing has that tree aspect in it. Yeah. I mean, a theory why it could be hidden is so it's not hidden from others. Example, when libraries were burned, they were attempting to erase knowledge. Yes, it is. That's what they're doing right now with the internet. The whole censorship thing. Whenever you're trying to eliminate free speech, whether it is for the good or whether it's bad people, whatever it is, soon as you eliminate it, that's a modern day type of book burning. One thing I really want you guys to watch, okay, is called Agora. Okay, it's a film called Agora. It is a beautiful, bro. They buried that shit. Like they tried to bury that film so hard. Okay, like nobody's even heard of it. Go go watch it. It's an amazing film. It's called Agora. Okay, Agora. There is some propaganda, like don't get it twisted, but there's definitely what's it called? It's a beautiful film. Okay, I highly recommend it. The one Straw Hat said, how did you learn all this? I studied a lot. I spent a lot of time. Like you guys see with my Yu-Gi-Oh, I sit there delving into the deepest rabbit holes, bro. I try to find out everything I can when I get passionate about something. Okay? and that's what I do with everything. And my whole existence, I've made it so that I just share any information that I have. And that's what the whole existence of my YouTube channel, when I share my YouTube videos with Yu-Gi-Oh content, I don't open packs. I am not here to entertain people. I am not here to put on a show. Okay, I am here to tell you what I know, and then you can do with it whatever you want. All right, and then take whatever you want from that. All right, I watched it. It was amazing. Yeah, it's an incredible film. It's an incredible film of how people use religion to indoctrinate people. And I don't mean religion as in just the traditional religions. I'm talking about even government, okay? Government is a religion itself. Don't get it twisted. It is a religion. Just like how they have a God and they have people in white robes or black robes, okay? Telling you guys what the law is. You guys have people in suits that you think that you elect, okay, that are making up laws for you. Don't get it twisted. All of it is a religion. They have sacred texts. We have sacred texts. Like the government has sacred texts. It's called either, I don't know, Charter of Rights, fucking whatever it is that they scribble down on their laws. Okay, they have what's it called, like singing in their church. We have anthems. Okay, they have government buildings. They have mosques and churches. We have the White House and all these other government buildings. Okay, Parliament in Canada. It's the same system. Trust me, it has not changed. It's a system of enslavement. It's existed in the past. All they did was just they masqueraded it and put it as a government. Government is more of a cult than religion. It is a cult, yeah. When religion turns into when religion turns into a cult, it's basically when, if you don't believe in it, we can hurt you. All right. So like in Christianity, for example, they had the Crusades. That's when Christianity turned from a religion into a cult. Government is already a cult, because if you don't pay the royal tribute that they ask for, or if you don't, if they don't do anything, if you don't do anything that they say, okay, they'll just assault you as well. They'll either kidnap you, shoot you, or beat you, right? It's a cult in itself. Like it's just masqueraded as a anti-religion thing. It's a religion itself that you think, like I'll tell you why it's a religion. Okay, I'll tell you why. Religion is what? It's based on a belief system, correct? Philosophically, if you want to just define a religion, it's just a belief system. If I tell you that I believe that Hitler was a good person, or Hitler was a bad person, or Malcolm X was a good person or a bad person, it's a belief. Okay, it's a belief system. It's just, I believe something. I have faith in it. Okay, I'll tell you why government is a religion. I, Omar, do not have the right to go point a gun at somebody and tell them, give me your money and I'll give you a road, or whatever benefit. Okay? I don't have the right to do that. Okay? Now, Cameron, the one straw hat, Toways, I'm naming a bunch of people. All these people, they don't have the right to do that either. Okay? So we all don't have the right to do that. We agree on that, right? But somehow, okay, we have this belief system that if we come together and we have this ritual, we have a ritual that says, if we elect Cameron, he's allowed to somehow knock on people's door and steal from them and give them a road. This is a belief system. I have zero rights. Every single person in chat has zero rights. Somehow we come together and we create this right, this belief that now we have the right to just put this on anybody. And even if you didn't vote, you still have this shit put on you anyway. Like, I don't vote, okay? And yet somehow I'm still engrafted into this bullshit. Like, I can't do anything, for example, because I didn't take a needle or whatever it is, even though I didn't sign up for this. So this means that this religion is now a cult enforcing its faith on me. Bro, like, I didn't vote for this shit. Like, I don't want it. Stay. Please. I didn't sign any contract for this. I didn't say that you can steal 50% of my money, 60% of my money. I didn't say that you can, stop me if I'm going from someplace to someplace because I don't have this piece of metal thing on my car called a license plate. I didn't sign up for any of this shit. Okay? And yet you force your cult on me. And this is why it's a cult, because it's a belief system. It's a belief that you guys can come together and somehow give yourself these rights that never existed in the first place. You don't have that. You didn't have the right. Nobody else had the right. You somehow gave yourself this right because you did some magic ritual called a vote. It's all a religion. Okay? You see what I'm saying? All of it is a religion. Car insurance, bro. Like, I can't drive on the road if I don't pay car insurance. This is the most bullshit thing I've ever heard of. It's just rules upon rules upon rules, bro. Like, 2 years ago, the main line here in Canada was 60 miles per hour. Somehow now it's 50 miles per hour. When did it become immoral to drive 60 miles per hour? I could be arrested for that. I can be literally put behind a cage because I drove 10 miles over when it was okay before. Government in 1930s, they outlawed alcohol. Somehow alcohol is immoral now. Do you see what I'm saying? What they're doing is they are playing God. They are deciding what is moral, what is not moral. Oh, this year to this year, it's immoral to drink alcohol. This year to this year, it is moral. No, it's not. You don't have the right to decide. Okay? It's either it is moral or it's not. And then we discover whether it's moral or not. Okay, now how do we discover if drinking alcohol is moral or not? All right, so am I allowed to put anything I want in my body, or am I not allowed to put it? If I am allowed to put it, I'm allowed to drink as much alcohol as I want. This means that if you decide to not let me drink alcohol, this means that, and I don't even drink alcohol, I'm just saying, if you don't allow me to put alcohol in my body, then that means I'm your slave, because you're not allowing me to do what I want with my own possession, which is my body. Right? The same people who advocated for the abortion rights are the same ones who strip people of their rights in terms of the vaccine. You know what I mean? Like, the same people who did that. It's like, it's crazy, man. Like, the cognitive dissonance that happens in their mind is unbelievable. Like, I had an argument. They're like, I don't know how you can compare the abortion to a vaccine. Bro, it's literally me doing something with my own body that the government is telling me I can't do. It's literally the exact same shit. Like, I don't know how you don't see it's the exact same shit. I don't know how your mind is not connecting the two together. It's, I want to do something with my body. The government is getting in the way of it. That's it. Simple as that. Sorry. I mean, if you didn't have a third-party insurance as an example, what would happen if there was no law and you essentially paralyzed someone can't afford to pay for their care? So what would happen is, okay, I'll tell you that, for example, okay? Let's just say there's no law for car insurance, okay? And I hurt somebody, okay? What would happen is the punishment is I'll be serving them. I'll be providing the care if I can't afford to pay it, okay? I will be the one that provides this care. That would be what the judgment would be against me. That's just my judgment. I don't know what else they can come up with. Maybe they can come up with like community service. I don't know for the rest of my, I don't know. I don't know what the thing is. It's like, maybe it's by accident. Maybe it's not by accident. I don't know. But the idea is that the idea with insurance is you're saying that I'm guilty and then I have to prove myself innocent. You're already committing me to being guilty when I didn't even hit anybody yet. I have to pay. Most people in the world, you understand, they don't hit people, right? That's why insurance is a $1 trillion company in industry, right? Like, most people don't do this. So all of a sudden you're convicting the whole world of this crime because 0.001% people have committed that. Do you see where there's the issue here? I didn't commit any crime. If I committed a crime, I will serve my time. But until I commit a crime, I am innocent. I work with some Nepalese people, and they told me in Nepal, for a car accident, if you injure somebody, you care for them until they are recovered. There you go. Like, there's different ways people solve it. Like the whole health insurance thing. I studied a little bit of history, so I understand how people have dealt with the whole health insurance thing before the government monopolized it. But if you want me to do that, I can explain it to you. Like, I don't mind trying to work you through scenarios that you feel insecure about, because the government is not like kind of holding your hand in that situation, right? But the idea is people have solved these issues in the past. Do you think people just didn't solve it when their horse accidentally kicked somebody and crushed their rib cage in? I'm sure they found a way to solve it, right? Most people would feel guilty about it, so they would try to deal with it. So what I'm saying is there's different ways people have tried to solve these issues, right? But all I'm saying is, even if we can't find a solution, even if we can, that's how radicalized your understanding of freedom has to be, okay? Even if you can't find a solution, you still cannot force people to pay for something because you're automatically convicting them as guilty, even though they didn't do anything wrong. They're just driving their thing. I just mean, how would it be enforced? So let's just say that, for example, so let's just say the community is anarchist, aka no government community. Okay. Is there just a reliance on the person just doing harm to doing the right thing? No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to. Okay, so let's just say, for example, somebody did something wrong. Okay. Let's just say somebody did something wrong and they committed a crime. Okay. Let's just say they did that. Now, our solution is, how can we enforce it? So in the past, what would happen is, for example, if roads were privatized, the people would have cameras. For example, like the road owners, they would have cameras. Like on the 407 here in Canada, they have cameras, right? So if you hit somebody, even if you run off, they can still catch you, right? That's more efficient than the highway here, right? By the way, like the public roads. So that's one way of how they enforce it. They still catch you and track you down, and the punishment is usually worse if you run. Okay. There's other ways, for example, where I don't know, like I don't know, the free market would solve it, bro. Like they've solved thousands of problems in the past. I can't tell you, like I can't solve every single problem for you because, again, I'm only one mind. If we have a society that truly believes we don't want government coercion in our lives, we would find a way to solve the issue, because we know that we don't want to appeal to authority. The appeal to authority is a thing that we want to avoid, because we know if we use the government to force these people to get the vaccine, okay, then people will use the government to stop us from getting abortions or whatever it is. That boogeyman, you don't want to open that door. So we have to solve the issue. I don't know how. Like I gave you one example, for example, where they have cameras, okay? But we have to solve the issue, and we don't want to open the boogeyman door, because that boogeyman will basically enslave us. Okay? I just mean, if I got hit by a car and required life-saving injury, who would end up paying if the person caused harm cannot afford it? Okay, so if you are scared of that, number one, you can get insurance, right? So insurance covers you, right? If you're scared of this, you can get insurance, right? So insurance would cover you anyway, right? But let's just say that, for some reason the insurance snakes you, as they always do, all right? Who knows if their insurance is not going to snake you as well. But let's just say that they do. I will show you a website called GoFundMe, okay, where there's like almost $1 billion being funneled through that for people who have literally like random issues. Like I literally donated like $100 the other day to some girl that basically got off of skin steroids. I don't even know her. I don't know anything. I just saw her story. I was compassionate and I paid $100 towards her campaign. But I will show you GoFundMe. Go look at that. Go look at how generous people truly are when they know that you are in need. Okay? Okay? So go look at that, for example, and just see. That's one example. That's one way to solve it. GoFundMe, for example, charity. Okay? Another way is, for example, for you to have insurance if you are scared of this. There's many different ways, man. Like I'm telling you, there's so many different ways people have solved the issue of like, yeah. I suppose the problem here can be as if we as a society / community come together to agree that the laws are around what happens in this situation, and not everyone agrees, the majority vote becomes the law, and this begins the cult / religion like setup you mentioned before. Sorry for the broken comment. Yeah, well, okay. The thing is that this is what I'm talking about, where do you believe that there is a truth? You understand? This is the key issue. Because there's no agree to disagree with the truth. If it's the truth, it's the truth, whether you like it or not. There's a lot of things, like for me, for example, dude, I make a lot more money being a corporation than if I got tax exempt. I get a lot more benefits, bro. Like most rich people, they get a lot more benefits. But like most, the really wealthy class, they get more benefits than they pay in taxes. They don't pay too much, okay? What I'm trying to get at here is, I don't side with what is favorable. I side with the truth. Now, what I said was, is there truth? If there is a truth, then there's no agree to disagree. There's no agree or disagree on that. We can agree that there's no pink unicorn, like I said, right? But what I'm saying is the truth is not arguable, okay? Me killing somebody is not arguable. Okay, it is wrong. All right? Like this is what I'm saying. If we can determine what the truths are, then we can go forward. And every case would be like that. Like as we evolve, as we slowly get rid of the mental entrapment on our mind, okay, and become more self-reliant, we would be able to discover even more truths, more answers to this. Like for example, the case of abortion, for example. What is the truth behind that? Are you killing a child or are you not killing a child? I have not personally come to a conclusion, but I know that I will not stop somebody from killing that child, so they can kill it if they want, because I don't want somebody stopping me from hurting my body. But is it killing a child or is it not? I don't know. You understand? But what I do know is that I don't use the government to stop that person from killing a child, because if I use the government to beat the guy over the head, they're going to use their government to beat me over the head. That's the key issue that I'm trying to articulate to you. Yeah, I agree with that, but the problem arises when people don't look at things objectively. Things that is becoming a larger issue in our society. Subjectivity is becoming more prevalent. Yes, exactly. I mean, the reason is things are becoming more subjective is because the government is taking more control of our lives. I would actually correlate these things. That the lack of understanding of truth and actually lack of value of truth, like how much you value it. The reason that I dig so hard into what I do in anything, Yu-Gi-Oh, before I did figurines, the truth, is because I value the truth more than anything else in the world. Okay? I value it more than anything else. And this value, the problem with it is that it's not taught by parents to their children. And this is my goal when I talk to you guys in my generation, so that when we have kids, we understand that we value the truth above all else, because the truth is the most important thing. And I don't mean what anybody tells you is the truth. What I'm saying is, when you value the truth so much, you dig into it to actually find out if it actually is or if it's an imposter. Right? I came to a conclusion that I came to a conclusion that murder is wrong, and it is the truth, because there is no situation where me murdering somebody, unless they lost their right, obviously, where it could be a right thing to do. You understand? Other than self-defense, like I said. Who decide what the truth is? It's not people who decide it. People can discover it. We discover what the truth is. Just like how we discovered that, I don't know, slavery is wrong, for example. Okay? But slavery was wrong even during that time, because it's the truth. That's the key thing. That is the truth. The truth is that slavery is wrong, regardless of what people decided on in the past or not. Murder is wrong, whether people decided on it in the past or not. Like back then, they would kill witches, for example, or they would kill, I don't know, if you're a Muslim killing a Christian, Jew killing a Christian, whatever it is. Based on what? Nothing. Okay? And I know that is that is immoral. Okay? That is the truth. The truth is that is an immoral action. How do you convince everyone that the truth is the truth? Well, you do it via proof, via consistency. So like I said, for example, if we want to figure out what is the truth, we figure out what is most consistent. Okay, what is the most consistent conclusion that we can come to? Okay, so for example, I'm sure we can agree that murder is wrong. Okay, so or slavery is wrong. We have multiple methods of I just have to say, I came here for Sassy Auto Auctions, and this is the discussion at hand. Where's the truth here? I mean, the Sassy Auto Auctions are done. You can go scroll back. It's just this is the what's it called? Continuation of that. You can exit if you don't like it. If you're not finding value, you can exit. I lost my train of thought. You expect too much from the normal person. This sounds like something a preacher would say, thus going back to religion, which is arguably worse than government. Okay, well, how okay, all right. How am I expecting too much from a normal person? Am I expecting you to be responsible for yourself? Is that expecting too much? What am I expecting too much for? Could you tell me, Vincent, if you don't mind? But you need everyone to be able to and be willing to invest the time and energy to show them that the truth is the truth. Well, not really, no, because as human beings discover more and more about the truth, they'll able to pass on that information, right? Like I didn't discover every single truth. Like it was given to me, like the truth was handed to me by like the ancients, and I read it. I dissected it, and I came to the understanding that provably this is the truth. Now, and in my opinion, I mean, honestly, what else could you do in your life? Like, what is the point of living? Like, really, is it to make fake money so that they can just print it into existence? Like, what is the point of truly living if it's not accumulating the most amount of knowledge in your brain as possible? You know what I mean? Honestly, like people ask me, people like wonder, like, what is the point to life? Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, what are you here to do? Just consume video games? I don't know. To me, I value the truth, and I look for it. And like I said, and the thing is, and let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. You don't have to value the truth, okay? You don't have to value it. But if you go against karmic law, right? Like if you go against karmic law, you're the one that's gonna get hurt, right? Like it's either, like I had to learn the hard way about karma. You understand? That's why my life has turned out for the better, is because I understand now. I walk alongside the karmic law. I walk alongside it. I spend my time, exert my energy, my attention, trying to uphold karmic law as much as possible, right? And you don't have to believe me. Like you don't have to value the truth yourself. I mean, I'm sure the reason that most of you guys are still here is because you value it, but people who didn't, that's on them, right? And that's their karma. Like the thing is that the truth, the truth came to them, okay? The truth came to them. At the end of the day, I can't force you, right? I can't force somebody to do it. All I can say is tell you what is the truth, or what I came to a conclusion as the truth. You can tell me why it's not, and we can go back and forth and dissect it. But I mean, I've kind of meticulously dissected a lot of, like I came with a lot of understandings that I got rid of, right? Because they came out to be not the truth. But I the best I can do is just tell you it. Like I said, I'm an aggregator of information. I bring all this information, 6 years worth of work, and I give it to you in 3.5 hours. Right? Like I gave you 6 years worth of work that I've done, and I gave it to you in 3.5 hours. And good on you for staying and hearing it out. Right? Good on you for staying and hearing it out. And maybe I lit up some light bulb or some fire inside of your mind. But if you change yourself, I promise you the world around you will change. I've changed myself. Like I learned literally the hard ass way where I got beat down to the ground, okay? Okay? In this material realm, not physically. Before I had to learn it. Okay? I needed to figure out what was wrong in my life. And you can figure it out yourself. Like you don't have to listen to me. Go ahead. And I actually encourage you to go and investigate every single thing I said. Put murder in any situation you want other than self-defense and see if it can ever be a good action. Put theft in any action where it can be good and you'll find that it is not. Put rape in any of the time in history and you will find that it is not the truth. It is immoral. You understand? Put any of those 7 things, trespass, any of those things, okay? Other than self-defense, and you will see that you will find out that it is the truth. I'm just giving you like the conclusion, the thesis of it. All right? That's 6 years worth of work. I mean, one of the reasons I think we need a government is because people don't think about these things. If everyone was willing to think about these things you are discussing, I don't think we would need a government. Well, first of all, the idea is I believe in my freedom. I believe that I can change whatever small part of the world that I can touch, okay? And I spend my time doing that right now, okay? I'm sure I lit up a light bulb inside of you that was not lit up before, okay? I affected one person right there. Like, I don't know if anybody else has taken anything away from this like lecture per se, okay? I don't know if anybody, but I know that you have. I could tell that you have, okay? And that one thing is already one person that was not thinking about it before that is thinking about it now. Okay? That's one thing. I'm sure maybe the one straw hat, maybe Elliot, maybe Vincent, maybe Tuma 420, maybe Cedric. Even if it's 5 people, that's more, okay, than anybody else that has not done shit other than consume has done. So if I turned 5 consumers into 5 thinkers, I mean, I can't really ask for more than that. Right? Like I had 3.5 hours to convert 5 basic consumers to a higher vibration thinker, right? At least a little bit. You might not be 100% convinced, but I'm sure you're scratching your head at the idea. Maybe government isn't the answer here. Maybe there's something higher than trusting in man to solve our issues, right? So that's kind of like the goal that I have. Is the idea is to just light that fire in your mind, to make you value freedom, to value the truth, to value anything that would try to take it away, defend it with all your might. Elliot, I mean, when I hear no government, I think about it. If we just implemented it right away, which I think it would be pretty bad. Yes, I don't think that no government can be implemented right away. It has to be a conscious decision. Let me tell you something. There's a reason why I don't just go and shoot up Parliament Hill, blow it up, and just call it a day, right? There's a reason I don't do that, right? Because obviously by that conclusion, it solves the government issue, right? Right? It would solve that issue. But I don't do that. You know why? Because again, the enslavement is not physical. The enslavement is mental. all people will do is just choose another person to defy these karmic laws, right? That's all they would do. The reason I'm communicating to you, I'm giving you spoken word, is so that your mind can change. Because if your consciousness rises to a higher level, consciously human beings will slowly pull away from the government system. You understand? That is the key. You can't just get rid of government. I don't advocate for just get rid of government right now. It would be blood on the streets because most people are fucking idiots. But the idea is to do the work, right? To have you guys do the work to figure out if this is the truth and see if you value it, so that maybe you can change other people's minds about the idea. Because that's what I'm doing with you. I'm spending my time giving you the truth that I've come to, okay? And I try to tell you that regardless of any atrocity that can happen, it is still immoral to have government. It is literally a moral issue. Like, I don't even talk, like, a lot of libertarians, Bitcoiners, all these guys, those guys, what they talk about is, oh, look at how good the economy would be without the government. I don't talk about these things because not money, not power, not any of these things can solve the issue of the human race other than knowledge, okay? Knowledge is the only thing that will save the human race and pursuit of it, okay? It's so important that you understand this, okay? And actually, the reason that I actually started my YouTube channel is so that I can maybe enlighten the younger generation, because the older generation, they're gone. Like, they're done, right? They're done. Like, those people have already made their choices. And those who have chosen well, they're the ones that inspired me. I'm sure, like when I read Aristotle, Plato, those guys, they're gone, right? The last generation that put us in more enslavement than we are putting ourselves in, they are going away too. It is our job to fix the future generation. It won't be in my generation. Like, dude, you think I'm gonna be able to abolish government in my generation? It might not even be my son's. Right? It's not even my son's generation. It might be my future grandson, maybe. Right? But the idea is that I don't allow this fire to burn out. The pursuit of truth and the pursuit of freedom. Okay? This is the most important essence. It's the greatest gift human beings have. It is their freedom of choice. If you take that away, forget it. We might as well just be cattle. I don't care if I can buy a bunch of fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards because I make a little bit of money at my job. I don't care about that shit. I don't care. I don't care. Bro, like, I can give 100% of my money away, okay? And I'm okay with that than the government taking 1 cent, okay? 1 cent, because I do not want to be coerced into anything. This is how radicalized you have to be of how much you value the truth. We need Luffy to be the real person. That's what Luffy is. Luffy represents the Christ figure. You understand? He's the Christ figure. The Christ is the sun. Okay, the sun in the ancient text is representative of knowledge. That's all it is. It's enlightenment, right? Like, it gives light to the world. Okay, it brings things to life. Okay, the photon energy is what allows everything in the world to exist and live, right? It's knowledge. It's symbolic of knowledge. So the Christ figure, or Jesus, or Horus, or any of these characters in the past, or Luffy, or Eren Yeager, all of these characters, they are symbolic of the sun. Okay, they are symbolic of the Jesus figure. Right? Like, if you look at Luffy, for example, I promise you, he's going to have 12 crewmates. I promise you, just like the 12 disciples. Okay? Luffy's hat, okay, is the sun coming up on the horizon. That's why he comes out of East Blue. Okay? That's why he comes out of East Blue. All right? Because the sun comes out of the east. right? Luffy is symbolic of the Christ figure. Luffy is symbolic of the sun. He represents the freedom of the freedom seeker. Okay. And his ship is called the Thousand Sunny. Yes, that's why actually the Sunny had the lamb and the lion, right? If you think about it, the Going Merry, right? The Going Merry is the lamb, and the Sunny is the lion, right? That's why he is. That's why it is more important. That's why he is the sun. Okay, he is what's it called? The Christ figure. He is the one who frees, the one who brings knowledge. Okay, he's the sun. All right. It's all encrypted, bro. Like, you think Otto doesn't know what the hell he's doing? Of course he knows what he's doing. Okay, like, you don't make it that far without having strong understanding of the knowledge of the ancient texts. You don't have of the mystery school system. You don't make it that far without having that. Okay? Right? The centipede that latched onto Ymir, okay? The centipede, it represents the spine. The spine represents the pineal gland. Okay? The pineal gland right here. Like, when you have 33-degree Masons, what is the 33 for? It represents the 33 vertebrae that reach up to here, where the third eye is in the human brain. Okay? All of it is symbolic. Everything is symbolic. The reason they have 33, they value it so much, is because in Fahrenheit, the what's it called? The water melts from ice to water, right? They consider the ice frozen information or knowledge that is hidden, and then as you ascend and you hit 33 degrees Fahrenheit, water starts to melt. This is the big question, really. I pretty much agree with everything you said up until now, and have a similar train of thought. But what can be done to actually implement this shift in our society? Okay, well, to be honest with you, you have to do the great work, which is what I'm doing right now. You have two currencies in this world, okay? Two currencies, and that's it. There's two currencies in this world that you're given when you're born, okay? Two currencies. First one is your time and your attention. That's it. Your time and your attention. And that's why actually it's you spend time, right? Right? You spend time and you pay attention. You spend and you pay. You spend time and you pay attention. Those are the only two things that you have. So all you have to do is spend those times trying to seek out the truth, seek out freedom. And the way to do that is by instilling others, unfortunately, because we are the creators of the reality that we live in today. Like, it's sad to say, we enslaved ourselves. Nobody did it to us. Nobody did it to us. Very, very important to understand. Nobody did it. Okay? We did it to ourselves. We created this by being immoral pieces of crap, to put it bluntly. Aside from instilling the thought in others, at some point the thought becomes not enough and some degree of action must be taken. Well, that is the action. See, I'm going to explain something. I'm actually going to be delving into this on the topic of, I'm going to be delving into this topic on my Strictly Conscious YouTube page. Like, if you guys haven't followed that, I'd recommend you check it out. It's where I break down films or some ideas. So on my Strictly Conscious page, I'm going to be talking about the thoughts, okay, the emotions, and the will, okay. The problem is that most people don't even have their thoughts, right? So for me, when I started taking action, number one, I had to align my thoughts and my emotions. Okay. Me personally, bro, I get so angry. I get so angry when that tax paper comes in. Okay. Not because I honestly, I'm telling you, I do not give a shit about money. I just hate being coerced. It pisses me the fuck off. That anger, okay, which is called righteous indignation. In the Bible, you'll see it in many other books. Righteous anger, which is basically the anger that you want to defend yourself. You channel that, and then you channel your thoughts, and then you will it into existence. And the best way that I can tell you about this is because my sister asked me, she's like, how can I improve my level of action? Like, because in your mind, you can get it, right? You can get it. But at the end of the day, you have to bring it into the physical realm, right? To bring it into reality. And the best way I found is draw a line. Okay? Draw a line. The line for me, the first line that I drew, okay, was number one, pay off all my debt. Like I said, I was really beat down in my life when I was younger. I went to school. I dropped out. I had 20K debt. Went back to school because I thought that was the only option for me. 20K debt. Got kicked out again. I got kicked out 3 times. I had like 50, 60K in debt. Okay. The line was, I need to get out of this debt, not for my financial sake, but because I need to improve my life so that I can improve other people's lives. Got rid of the debt. Next line that I drew is, now I need to be able to afford my life, live my life without ever, well, it's actually a sacrifice that I made, which is basically, I'm never going to be able to own a house because I will never do business with the bank. Okay. I will never take a mortgage with the bank. That's a line that I drew. And now I'm working towards being able to purchase a home without having to take a mortgage, which is pretty much impossible nowadays because they pretty much bankrupted our generation. So that's one line that I drew. The next line that I'm drawing is to be able to somehow find a way to like disenfranchise my corporation and somehow be able to work via donations so that I don't have to, because when you have donations, okay, like basically I don't, even if I'm like so-called selling something, like if you donate to me and I send you a gift, there's no taxation on that. Right? Even if I have to reduce, like for example, I can't sell on eBay. I would have to sell my own website, etc., etc. Okay. Sorry, I read a comment and I lost my train of thought. So the line that I'm drawing right now is basically to find a way to get out of the taxation system. Obviously, I'm going to basically burn the company to the ground because there's no way that anybody will be able to find my website without what's it called, without my thing. Like Yu-Gi-Oh is monetized on YouTube, but like my Strictly Conscious channel is completely not monetized. I'm not going to monetize anything because I'm not going to take a paycheck from YouTube. But the idea is that I'm trying to find a way to thing, and that's basically how you have to do it, man. Like you have to will it into existence. Like it's very hard. They made the system very hard to get by. That's why, like, if you have not tuned into my other lectures, I've already talked about, for example, the whole water system, for example, like the land, air, water law, land, air, water, LAW, right? They had to change it into maritime admiralty law in order to enslave humankind, right? That's why, like I said, the currency that you run is current, right? Like water, right? It runs by the river bank, right? Like it runs by the river bank, right? When you sell something, you liquidate it, you turn it into water, right? Your birth certificate, aka BERTH, is where a ship docks, right? When you want to leave the country, you need a passport, right? All these things, it's all about water, because they understand that if they use if they use what's it called, if they try to use if they try to use common law or the land of water, or the law of the land or the living man, they're not going to be able to get away with it karmically. But that's why they had to change it to maritime admiralty law. You can go ask any lawyer you want. Tell them what law, what law do you study in law school? They'll tell you it's called maritime admiralty law. Okay, in Latin it's called lex mercatoria, or law of merchants. This is why everything has to be corporatized. Right? The United States is a corporation. It's not a country. It's a corporation. It's a corpse. That's why they have flags, right? It's a pirate flag. That's why every country has a flag, right? It's a pirate ship flag. It's a ship. That's why when you go into a country, you need a citizenship, right? You get onto the ship. Now you are a part of that corporation. Okay, you are part of that corporation. And that's why you are a corporation. Your birth certificate is a corporation. It's how they enslave you without suffering karmic consequences. Because you are not a living human being in their eyes. According to law, you're not a human being. There's a difference between lawful and legal. Okay, that's why everything is legal in this world. Because everything is done by water. When they colonized, okay, in the 1500s, when you hear about all this colonization that went on, okay, in the 1600s, 1700s, okay, this was this is when they were engrafting these laws in all the countries. That's why every country has a central bank. You ever wonder how they were able to get every country on the same agenda for the most part? Like, literally, how the hell did they get everybody into Corona without anybody saying a damn thing? Like, think about that. Like, it's because all of them are, they have this system, and only the highest level of elites understand this. The highest level understand these laws. Okay? You'll see that, for example, Jason Bourne, right? Like, if you watch the Bourne Identity, aka BORN, right? You'll see, I don't know who I am. I don't know where but what did the film start with? It was a man lost at sea. He was a corpse, a corporation. And they picked him up on the ship, and now he has to discover himself. Like, every single film is going to be like that. Watch The Truman Show. It's the exact same shit. Every single film is like that. The Matrix, he was in a capsule underwater, and then he wakes up when Morpheus wakes him up. Everything, like, it's literally all the same shit. Like the Avatar, same fucking shit. It's all the same. So the idea is, if you want to get out of this system, so that your consciousness, like whenever we pass on, okay, your soul doesn't haunt you. You have to try and get the hell out, and try to help people get out as well. And that's what I do. Thanks, was interesting, but must go. Yeah, take care, my man. I appreciate it, Cameron. Thank you for tuning in, and thanks for watching, my friend. Honestly, it means a lot that you're willing to stay and listen. But yeah, hopefully I was able to spark a little bit of ideas in your mind. Yeah. If you look up goat, okay, if you look up goat in the dictionary, you'll find what? It's sewage. It's the line that connects the sea to the land. It's very interesting. And yet, that's why you see all that goat symbolism, right? Like Uncle Sam, etc., etc. But anyway, like, I don't want to dive into too much into that. That doesn't really matter. The whole idea is the philosophy, because, like I said, the philosophy is the most important part. The thought process is the most important part. If you truly want to progress, okay? If you truly want to progress in kind of trying to free yourself before we die and pass on, then you have to try and get out of the system as much as possible. And this doesn't mean, ditch technology. I'm not trying to be no freaking tinfoil hat, like, well, not tinfoil hat, but what's those people called? Amish? I think Amish. Like, I'm not trying to be Amish or anything. I'm just saying, like I said, I'm for Bitcoin, but you have to study the morality of the thing. Is it moral? And the reason I don't do business with the banks is because they are the source of printing money. And maybe I will do a video on exactly how they print money, because it's yeah. A hermit is somebody who practices hermeticism. Look up that practice. Hermeticism is another ancient tradition of finding freedom, of finding the truth. It's a hermeticism. That's what the practice is. That's why they call them hermits. That's why they call them hermits. It's just a practicer of hermeticism. Under the ancient teacher called Hermes. Hermes is Jesus. Hermes is Horus. They're all the same character. Jesus, Hermes. Yeah. You should have live discussions. Of what? What do you mean? I think it starts with my opinion with reconnecting with nature, something like growing your own food, connecting and learning about the land around you, building a relationship with it. Sure, yeah. I mean, again, I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people who tells you leave the city. I don't leave the city, bro. Like I'm not no fucking coward. I stay in the city and I try to solve the problem here, because look, even if I escape it for a year, 2 years, 3 years, okay? Even if I escape it for 2-3 years, it's gonna come, okay? And honestly, fortune favors the brave. That's what it is. Fortune favors the brave. No, I'm not saying that you are, Elliot. I'm just saying, like, people always get on, like, if you get into the truth circle, they're all like, oh, we need to leave the city. We need to pack up and go. You know what I mean? It's gonna follow you, okay? Like, it's gonna follow you. If the people's consciousness falls, everything is gonna fall. And anyway, I kind of I mean, I can't believe I have 33 people live right now. Like, I'm kind of really blown away that I have this many people still listening. Like, I used to do these on my Instagram and I would have 2 people, no joke, like 2 people watching still. So the fact that I have 36, 35, whatever, is kind of kind of mind blowing. And hopefully I was able to kind of at least spark that fire. If anybody watches Attack on Titan, what I am giving you right now, by the way, Attack on Titan is again the symbolism for the mind, the emotions, and the will. Armin is the mind, Mikasa is the emotions, and then Eren is the willpower. Okay, Armin is the mind, Mikasa is the body, and then Eren is the will. Okay, that triune, you'll always see that triune. Think about it honestly. Whenever you watch films, you're gonna see that 2 males and a female concept. You're gonna see that everywhere. Naruto, you have Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Armin, Mikasa, Eren. Shit, what else? You can think of any show that I just recently watched an occult film, that Red Notice, the one with Gal Gadot. Okay, lots of symbolism. You're gonna see The Rock, what's his face, the other kid, the short guy, and Gal Gadot. Every film you're gonna see that dynamic, male, female, because that is the whole symbology of it. It's about reaching enlightenment. You need the man, the woman, and the divine son. There's so it's very, very it's everything is coded. They don't let a film up there that is not coded. It's very, very interesting. So yeah. There's also rivals between 2 main characters in most anime. Yes, there is, because the reason it's not even about the rivalry. It's more about because one activates the other. So you're gonna see Sasuke activates Naruto, Armin activates Eren. You're gonna actually see an example. It's so specific. Like, there's this scene in Eren in Attack on Titan where Eren was trying to lift the boulder, right? And it was so like in your face. Armin and Mikasa, Eren asked for Eren and Mikasa wanted to come with Aaron, and then Aaron told them to stay back when they were trying to pick up the boulder in season 1. And it was symbolic of the idea of the willpower doesn't function without the other two. And then that's why he started rampaging. He couldn't control himself because Armin decided to stay behind and follow. Remember, he's like follow what the commander said. The mind stays behind. It wasn't until Armin showed up at the scene that Aaron, was able to wake up and lift up the boulder. Right? He even actually started attacking the feminine or the feminine principle or Mikasa at the time, because the willpower, if it's not balanced with both the masculine and the and the feminine, okay, it doesn't function efficiently, right? It produces bad action or bad manifestation, if that makes sense. So Armin had to come back and remind Aaron what the will is or why he has to will it. And then all of a sudden, Aaron was able to pick up the thing. It's extremely coded, to be honest with you. Like it was, when I saw it, it was very revelatory, but I'm sure it went past most people's minds. Like it was so specific because the thing is that Aaron, he told Armin to stay behind and follow orders. Okay, to follow orders. This is what does follow orders mean? Like listen to the commander, aka be a soldier, right? Don't exercise your thoughts. And then the willpower started rampaging and started attacking the emotional aspect or the feminine aspect, aka Mikasa, until Armin arrived there. Like it was so in your face. It was so blatant. But yeah, I just thought that was very interesting part. And when I talk to you guys, what I'm doing is basically Armin telling Aaron, showing him the books and telling him, look, we can have all this freedom, like the ability to go into, obviously in theirs is like the lava and the water and stuff like that, like salty lake or whatever, right? Like what I'm doing to you guys is basically what Armin did to Aaron, which is basically I'm giving you knowledge to ignite your will. You understand? It's very allegorical. It's very symbolic. Very, very beautiful. Like if you think about it. So what I'm doing right now is I'm giving you the knowledge, the ability so that your will can ignite and you can pursue your freedom. Because that is the most important thing that you can possibly have in this world. If you don't have that, you don't need anything else. you might as well just be cattle. Anyway, we're heading on 4 hours. Maybe only like 1 hour of that was Sassy Auto auctions. But and it's like 3 a.m. here. I gotta hit the sheets. I'm super tired. If you have any final thoughts or questions, I'm willing to hear you guys out. Otherwise, like I just want you to know something. Okay, I said this before. Okay, I've said this before. I've said this before 100 times. The people in the past, they were able to get on any ship they wanted. Okay? They were able to get on any ship they wanted and go wherever they wanted in the world. And then after World War I, now you need the permission. Okay? Now you need the permission of all of these owners of yours. You know what I mean? Think about that. Before 1917, okay, aka before World War I, which in my opinion is the reason that they started World War I, so that they can put in the passport system. Before World War I, you can get on any plane you wanted. You understand? Literally, as long as you had the money and go wherever you wanted in the world, wherever a plane might take you, you can go. You don't need permission. If you want proof of that, go watch Titanic, because they showed you it. Okay, what's his face, Jack, he wins the ticket via gambling. He gets on the ship and he goes. They didn't tell him, hey, show me your papers. You understand? He just got on. And that's very, 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 very important, okay? And the past generation gave that up, okay? The past generation gave that up. We don't have that anymore. So people ask me, why is it that you don't take the vax or you don't give up your guns or whatever, any of these things? It's not because I care about what the hell's inside the vaccine. I mean, sure, I don't know what's in it, whatever. I just don't take it because of principle. You understand? Like, even my buddy, he told me, he's like, what do you think? Do you think I should take the vaccine? A lot of my friends, they like kind of ask me about certain topics of my thoughts. He's like, what do you think I should take the vaccine? I told him, look, if the problem is just medical things, take it. Like, there's no point in losing your job. I lost my job, but if it's like just a medical thing, take it. I mean, there's no point in losing your job. If you truly care about the freedom aspect, then in my opinion, you should stand your ground. I stood my ground. Obviously, I lost my job. That's why I started doing YouTube. Trying to find another job. Well, but a lot, what's it called? Actually, he didn't end up losing his job, but he didn't even end up taking the vax. But the idea that I'm trying to get at is everything should be, yeah, I think, I don't know, it's getting late. I can't really think of anymore, but love the channel, but saying everything has consciousness because ayahuasca is just plain stupid. Oh, I mean, you can elaborate on. Well, no, I just said if you want to see it. I already know that everything has vibration. I didn't say consciousness. I said vibration, by the way. I said everything has a vibration. If you want to see the vibration, take ayahuasca. It's a very easy way to do it. You can also meditate. It's just a slower way. That's all I said. I didn't say, everything has consciousness. I don't think this light has a consciousness. I think the light has a vibration. I don't think it has consciousness. You understand? That's very important to differentiate between the two. Vibration, it is stupid. Sure, I mean, if that's your opinion, that's fine. But all I said was, if you want to see that vibration, okay, just take ayahuasca. It'll show it to you right away. Okay? If you want to take your time and see it the right way, you can meditate and you'll be able to tap in. That's it. Like, your pineal gland is only a radio receptor. You have to understand that. Your pineal gland, aka your third eye, which is a real organ, you can go look it up, okay? You can go look it up. It's what the eye of Horus is. Let me show you actually while I'm here. Okay. So for example, let me show you this real quick. While we're here, might as well take a look at this. Okay, you see that you see the eye of Horus, the eye of Anubis that you guys love on the bottom right of your Yu-Gi-Oh cards. This is what this is. This is the pineal gland. You see the eye. Okay, this is the root, and then this is the medulla oblongata. Okay. And this is the pineal gland. Okay, they is not something that is foreign to the people of the past. They 100% understood all of these concepts, and that's why they encode it. Okay, the eye is not just an eye. Okay, it's not just an eye. They understood what that meant. Mushrooms is a lower level. Mushrooms, mushrooms enlightens you a little bit, like it makes you go easy, but it's not the same way. Correlation does not equal causation. That's fine, bro. Like I said, man, if you have a better theory, no problem. Some people believe babies had a third eye. That's why they can see certain things. But later in adulthood, it closes. Well, it does close. Yeah, it closes because what's it called? Number one, the fluoride in the water, etc. But the idea is all the pineal gland is just a radioreceptor. Okay, it's like how a dog. It's like what somebody who says, "Oh, dog whistle frequency doesn't exist because I can't hear it." Okay. The dog can hear it, bro. Right? When you blow into it, a human ear can't tune into that vibration, but a dog's ear can. Okay? The same concept is somebody saying, oh, it doesn't exist because I can't hear it or I can't see it. No, you can't see it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Okay? You can't hear it. It doesn't mean that this vibration does not exist. A dog whistle exists. A dog can hear it. I think people look into these things far too much, and part of your rhetoric bridges are bridges on conspiracy. Cool, man. Like I said, man. Like I said, man. It's not for everybody. You understand? It's not for everybody. But yeah, what's it called? So the pineal gland is very important. I think that for me, I like to work on the physical realm. That's why I do the things what I do. Like that's why I spend time. That's why I spend like my time doing this. But for the most part, a lot of people like to do it on what's called the astral plane. But whatever. I am exhausted. I am sweaty. I am gonna get off of here because I am so tired. This is the longest I've gone. My throat is like done. Damn, 4 hours. If you sat here the whole time, and watched all the way through, please comment down below. Like if you're watching this in the future, I would really love to know. And if you guys are interested in more of these talks, it's not going to be more of a live. It's going to be more of like, I'm going to have a PowerPoint. Like it's just the first one I did was kind of ass because I didn't know how to link. Like I didn't know how to do this. So it was basically like people were following along to a Google document that I was linking. It's kind of ass. I did the Truman Show. But the next one I'm going to do is the Wizard of Oz, aka the Wizard of On, aka the Wizard of the Sun. But yeah. Yeah, so the other page is called Strictly Conscious. You can just type it into Google. It has the Eye of Horus inside the pyramid as the thumbnail. Thanks again, guys. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate every single one of you. And thank you for hearing me out. If you don't agree with what I say, no problem. If you do agree, hopefully you will strive to seek your own freedom so that we can all reach it together. I've been watching the whole time. It's very eye-opening. It's very crazy. If you guys want some resources on like how, where to look things up, on like how things work, like I'll give you, before I go, I'm going to actually give you guys an example. Okay. So how some people, so I'm going to solve the biggest question most people ask, which is the thing, which is like, oh, how do people pay for medicine? Because, oh, if the government doesn't pay for it and if there's no insurance, how are we going to live? Okay. So if you go to something called the Anarchist Library, okay, it just has a collection of books. But I'll tell you some examples that I've found that people have done in the past. So some people, for example, if the neighborhood is poor, what they would do is they would hire a doctor that they would actually keep in their neighborhood. No joke. Like they would literally offer him living space. They would tell him, hey, look, you can have this corner house, or you can have this room in our place and whatever. Because believe it or not, doctors are not some magical human beings, okay? Like they are not Jesus Christ rare, okay? Doctor is just an art, it's just a profession, just like plumbing, okay? Just like anything else, okay? And what's it called? People needed doctors in the past, and it was just a service that people provided. The only reason doctors are crazy rare right now is because of the government systems that are introduced in order to basically gatekeep anybody who is willing to practice any alternative medicine, or anybody who doesn't have the money to pay for the traditional medicine education. So and then there's licensing, which is basically you don't get medicine approved until like 6-7 years, maybe 30 years with the FDA and whatever. So and these are gatekeeping methods that the government uses in order to create scarcity for these things. Look, the biggest way you can control a civilization is via scarcity, okay? If you introduce the idea of scarcity, people get very selfish and very violent, for lack of a better word. Like, I'll give you an example. If you guys have watched Squid Games, okay? That island is very rich, right? You can tell, like, they had a lot of food and stuff like that. How did they get them to really turn on each other, right? Because the first day went good, right? How did they get them to turn on each other? They started cutting the food supply, right? First day they gave them bread and eggs. Second day they gave them just the egg. And people started getting irritated because of scarcity. This is the biggest way you can control a civilization. You introduce an artificial idea of scarcity, and you tell them, oh, there's not enough of this, so now you have to fight over it. And people will kill each other because they are so gullible. And that was demonstrated in Squid Games. Squid Games is very allegorical. I should do a breakdown on just Squid Games, because I think a lot of it, even literally the symbol of the game that they play is literally the hierarchy. But anyway, so the way that they introduced medicine, like the problem with medicine is they basically created gatekeeping, which introduced scarcity, which basically raised the prices. And then the government has to come in and solve the day, obviously, to the problem that they solved, to the problem that they created. But before that, before there was a monopoly on medicine or licensing, you can look it up. For example, there's no such thing as like this licensing before the 1920s. What they would do is they would literally hire a doctor, and they would literally give him shelter at a place, and he would raise his family there, and he would live for free, okay? And the only thing is that if anybody got sick, he would tend to the whole place. And like, we're not even gonna take we're not even gonna discuss things like the stuff contaminating the food and water and all that. We're not even gonna go into that. Let's just say we don't have enough. All we do is literally another room, and we bring another doctor in, because again, there was not scarcity of doctors. Doctor was an art, it's a medicine. You understand? You're not, like in Canada, for example, right now, if you want to teach alternative medicine, you're not allowed. If you want to call yourself a doctor, unless you do the things that they want you to do, you are not allowed. Okay? All of this is a way of creating scarcity, and artificial scarcity, to be honest with you. So that's one way. Another way that they did it was they would actually have this kind of system of sort of like insurance, but it's not really insurance, because it's actually the other way around. So right now what they do is, if you get sick, right, the insurance pays them. So they put a Band-Aid on you, right? What they did in the past is, I would pay you $1 a month, okay? And if I got sick, you treat me for free, okay? Because there's no incentive with insurance, like a third-party insurance, what happens is the doctor is actually incentivized to keep you healthy, right? Like, They literally actively did 1 monthly checkups. Imagine that. Like, there's literally documentation in the past of doctors offering monthly checkups where they go into your home, check you up, make sure everything is okay, and then they leave. If anything goes wrong, they treat you for free. Imagine that. Now, bro, I have to go and fucking wait in line like literally 8 hours during the night, even at night, like not even joking, even at night, okay, to check if I have a concussion. All right, like the scarcity is unbelievable, and this is all done on purpose. Back then, people had doctors literally come in monthly checkups. Imagine that. Literally checks your vitals, checks everything, make sure everything is okay, because he knows that if you get sick, he's fucked. He has to treat you for free. Imagine that. Like, this is the stuff that we gave up, man. And this is stuff that we can all take back, obviously, but it's going to take a little bit of time. But I just want you to keep that in mind. You can find a lot of the documentation, a lot of the methods that people have solved in the past, like parenting, schools, all these things, in something called the Anarchist Library. It's basically people who are like me. I would consider myself an anarchist. An anarchist is like like an means lack of or no, okay? Archist comes from archon, aka a ruler, okay? Like, that's why it's like monarchy, right? Monarchy means one ruler, right? Diarchy, two rulers. Anarchy means no rulers. They literally taken how they changed the meaning of the word to mean chaos. Imagine that. Like, they literally made people have the idea that, oh, if there's no ruling or there's no ruling class, okay, it means it's chaos. Imagine that. Like that's how deep the brainwashing goes, bro. Anarchy just means no rulership. That's all it means. No rulership. But they made you connect the two. That's a type of deep brain programming. That's literally mind control if you think about it. That's literally mind control. When you're able to associate ideas together like this, that's a type of mind control. But anyway, yeah, so I highly recommend it. If you guys want some books to learn, there's Michael Malice. I highly recommend him. It's very, very well spoken, much better than me. Like, I try to do as much as I can with my abilities. Hopefully I was able to convey a lot of my ideas and articulate them well, but he is much better than me, and he is a lot wittier. Like, he's very, very funny. And you can actually watch him pop like the anarchist cherry for a lot of people on live interviews. Like, you can literally watch him like show him like, you can watch him pop the cherries for a lot of people. So yeah, all it is just no rulers. Like, basically you rule yourself. That's it. Yeah, like, I don't think I have anything else left to say. I think I said what I need to say, and it is 3 a.m. here, and it is 4:17. We are 4 hours 17 minutes in. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you learned something, and peace to everybody out there, and seek out your freedom, man. Can you write in chat names, please? Yeah, sure. I can do that. Yeah, I'll link everything. I'll type it into chat as well as in the comment. Okay. So yeah, take care, guys. Seek out your freedom.